Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I have just a few organizational notes to tell you about before we begin our program. I'm Polina Zavalina, education consultant in the World Bank. I think that everyone already knows me. I send you lots of emails during this time. So I would, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you who is presented here in Prague, and to those ones who are watching us online. We have people who has already connected, and I'm sure we will have more people. We appreciate you taking your time off your busy schedules to join us today and to discuss such an important topic. First of all, please kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode to avoid any interruption, because our event is streamed and recorded. The recording will be available on the conference website later. Keynote presentations, I think they're already there. So those who are watching us online, they can already download them. Online participants can post questions using the chat box during the Q&A session and panel discussion, and my colleague Tigran will moderate the online discussion and will pick up questions for the speakers. Just a quick introduction: Tigran Schmiss, Senior Education Specialist at the World Bank in our office in Vienna. One more thing about online participation. Unfortunately, we will not be able to give the floor to online participants, and their microphones will be muted by our IT supervisor. And thanks for understanding. So a few words about our schedule and the program of the conference: mitigating the learning losses caused by the COVID-19 school closures. Our event is jointly organized by the World Bank and the Institute for Democracy and Economic Analysis, a think tank of the Economics Institute of the Czech Academy of Science. We're here today till 6 p.m. And for the next 5 hours, we have a quite busy agenda, including two keynotes, 3 sessions, and 15 amazing speakers who made their way to Prague. Once again, thank you for that. There will also be 2 short 15-minute breaks at 3 p.m. and at 4:45. I hear myself? Okay. Well, as you may notice, the program is actually divided into 3 parts. After the welcoming remarks, we will proceed to an overview of the global learning crisis, which was exacerbated by the pandemic. The first panel, Learning Recovery Plan, will follow the keynote. Then, after a short break, we will move to another keynote presentation, the COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity to assess the learning crisis. And the second session, Towards Resilient Education Systems, will follow. The concluding part of the conference will include a panel summarizing a call to action. But before we start, I want to take a moment and to thank our co-host institution, CERGE-EI, and invite here the director, Mr. Sergey Slobodyan, and to give you just a quick introduction. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I wanted to welcome you here in this beautiful building. and tell you a little bit about what we are, what CERGE-EI is. So CERGE-EI is a joint workplace of Center for Economic Research and Graduate Education at Charles University in Prague and of Economic Institute of Czech Academy of Sciences. We were founded more than 30 years ago in 1991 after the Velvet Revolution. And the guiding idea from the very start was that we are a US Department of Economics, that we combine both research and education. We have top state-of-the-art researchers publishing at best economic journals, and recently we had a paper in Nature. And at the same time, we are running very well-known and rigorous PhD program and also MA program in economics. And as educational institution, as proper educational institution, we combine past, present, and future. So you are sitting here in very modern classroom, high-tech, which was completed right before COVID-19 crisis has struck. And all the technology here, which allows this conference to proceed, was put together with help of USAID, Academy of Sciences, and of Charles University. But we were doing education for 30 years, and the building in which you are, and those of you who are here physically probably saw our beautiful building. It was built in 19th century by one of industrial banks of this country, of the Czech Republic. So we continued our educational activities, our classes online during COVID times. I think we missed a week, or maybe not all classes missed a week. So we did beam our lectures, including from here. And to me, as director and as educator, it is very clear that online education was, that there were significant losses associated with online education during this period. So the topic of your conference is extremely important and extremely valuable to us. Now, the last thing I wanted to mention that in addition to running a PhD and master's program in economics here in this building, we also run a variety of outreach programs, and the biggest of them at the current moment is CERGE-EI Teaching Fellows, where PhD students and recent graduates from Western universities get to teach economics in countries in entire post-Soviet region, and entire post-Soviet region is education of next generation of economists in this post-Soviet region is our mission. This is what we were created for, and this is what we do. And so I'm very happy to see many online participants here, and some of them are from countries where, which is our mission to bring economic education to. So with that, I conclude my remarks. Thank you so much for coming, and I wish you a nice and productive time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sergey. We'll continue with welcoming remarks. And I would like to introduce you to, but I think you already know this person as well, Štěpán Jurajda, Deputy Minister for Science, Research and Innovation of the Czech Republic. Štěpán is academic researcher by origin. He's former director of this institution, and the member of the National Economic Council during the COVID-19 times. And now he's the Deputy Minister for R&D. Štěpán, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. So I've worked in this building for a while, but now I'm very happy to welcome you here in the role of Deputy Minister for Science and Technology. I was given partial permission to reminisce about the practical days of advising during the COVID pandemic. So as was already mentioned, I was a member of the National Economic Council. I was one of 3 people there who came from academia. It was dominated by industry and banking, CEOs, heavyweights. And I also spent a couple of what felt like fruitful months on an interdisciplinary advising committee at the Ministry of Health before we were disbanded. And so this is actually one of the themes I would like to stress here, coming out from the COVID pandemic with some perspective, because I thought at the time, if ever there was need for a clincher, this is finally everybody will understand the clinching argument that we need 2 things for almost anything. We need evidence-based policymaking with quick access to data, and we need a multidisciplinary approach to most public policy issues. And leaving from this crisis, where, as you probably know, this country has had some of the longest closures of schools in Europe, and also some of the highest, I think the 3rd highest excess deaths, despite our extensive healthcare system, which is well equipped and of high quality, was actually able to manage a gigantic inflow of people into intensive care units. So I thought, we've learned something from the crisis. Now I'm somewhat less sure, which is why it is really great to see public events like this one that I will be very happy to try to plug in my new role as Deputy Minister to repeat some of the lessons and to bring in new evidence to bear on the issue of how can we better manage public health crises or any other crisis. So one of the first issues that we always struggled with, and that at least I struggled with some of my colleagues in these advisory committees, was to argue that this was a society-wide problem, that the pandemic was not a pure health issue, shouldn't be governed by only people with clinical education. We, unfortunately, you are currently visiting a country that has 4,000 biologists who publish above the median article influence score in their field. So we have extensive and high quality natural sciences in general. And so far I found, I think, 4 or 5 people in the country with a PhD from a school of public health. So the 4,000 biologists, incidentally, are 4 times as many as similarly productive researchers across all social science fields. So it is what I'm trying to build up to here is it's not trivial to explain the usefulness and importance of social sciences and evidence-based policymaking to in a society where even the elites are heavily dominated by natural sciences, and where in medical education, medical research, there is no school of public health. We have schools of medicine. We don't have schools of public health the way they're defined in the UK or the US. So stressing that this is a society-wide problem was really a struggle, and in trying to explain that a key issue that had to do with communication also requires research. There's a field called health communication, right, that's basically unknown in this country, and I believe in many other Central and Eastern European countries. And as was already mentioned by our director, a couple of days ago, we were very happy to announce that one of our colleagues here, well, two of our colleagues, have just published a paper in Nature, which was based on Czech data, where they faced the following question. Well, it was possible to quickly develop multiple vaccines. What was difficult, the bottleneck of this process, was to figure out an effective communication strategy that would support the willingness to vaccinate, right? How do you deal with anti-vax sentiments? And so basically they thought, well, perhaps one of the issues is this kind of fair and balanced representation of the vaccination debate, where in this country too, we would have an anti-vaxxer and somebody supporting vaccination sitting at this, with the anchor of the evening news at the same time, to be fair and balanced. And so the question that they posed to a body of respondents in a survey was, well, what do you think? Do doctors, medical doctors, do they support vaccination? And the answer was, well, it's probably 50-50. And then they presented half of the survey respondents with evidence from 10,000 doctors from the Czech Chamber of medical doctors that said, no, more than 90% of doctors, of course, are pro-vaccination. And that actually had a long-term effect on the willingness to vaccinate, right? So it's a very cheap intervention that perhaps is useful. Now, this is an example of research that there should be so much more of in these countries, because the context might be specific and so on. But as at least I was involved in advising of the National Economic Council and the Interdisciplinary Committee at the Ministry of Health, we didn't have any kind of evidence, to base our advice on and to point to. The best we could do was to say, look, there's already a few studies out there from the Netherlands, from the US, that point to a large impact on how much you learn in school and on the opening gaps across, the gaps that were already there in the classrooms were opening up further during these school closures. And together with Daniel and others here within the IDEA think tank here, we were also putting out these short kind of public notices, pamphlets on, there's a lot of research that looks at long-term, strikes or, snow falling down on the Andes and blocking the roads and things, or the World War II experience in Europe. And all of those papers pointed out the long-lasting impact of school closures. Now, the reason I know you know this better than I do, but the reason I mention is, again, we were looked at with these incredible, incredulous eyes, like, oh no, they're going to catch up, right? I mean, there's all of these elites on these committees that basically have strong intuitions about matters on which you actually need to, bring evidence to bear. And we not only need to produce the evidence in academia, but then of course the next important step is, how is it communicated with policymakers? Do we push this evidence sufficiently to make a difference? So again, that's another reason why I think this is a great event today, and that allows you to stress the importance of collecting data and of access to data that already exists. Currently, the Czech government is in the process of preparing a plan for new legislation that might one day allow for the kind of access to public admin data at the individual level that one is used to from, Germany, the UK, Scandinavia, the US. So anonymized individual level data sets, random samples from Social Security or from health records, and so on. And one other consequence of this lack of balance and lack of evidence was that the approach that was taken here and perhaps in other Central and Eastern European countries was myopic, in the sense that it was very much based on the view of a single ministry. So the Ministry of Health, which would be responsible for covering the cost of tests in schools, let's say, test to stay strategy. Oh no, it's too expensive. Oh, this costs so much of our budget, right? And then there are these social scientists, and they say, oh no, but the consequences for the whole country for decades to come in terms of productivity and inequality are order of magnitude higher. But without the sufficiently large body of evidence, without sufficiently large group of of social scientists who are active on the public policy scene and large enough disciplines inside academia, because unfortunately social sciences are heavily underfunded in terms of the share of the pie in this country corresponding compared to natural sciences. Again, it was very difficult to explain this concept that the consequences looking into the future, which are hidden right now, but for which we have some evidence, and more evidence is being built in EU 15 in the US as we speak, not here unfortunately, then that was really a bottleneck from my perspective, not being able to show convincingly on check data that there is something that we will have to reckon with, and that is definitely worth spending a little bit extra on tests to stay in schools and or other preventive measures. So to conclude, science and COVID was an important interaction. We had lots of public get-togethers on this. The Academy of Sciences did a lot. The universities did a lot. New materials for masks, lots of testing at labs at both universities and the Academy. Social sciences, I thought, were going to come out a lot stronger, and in terms of everybody understanding their importance, and hopefully this event can help us finally, with that clinching argument. And I will certainly be very happy to spread the news. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Štěpán, for telling us about the local context. I think that was very useful and important. We have one more welcome note by the World Bank Country Director for the European Union, Galina Vincelette. She is joining us online. I already see her. Hi, Galina. Hi.
Hi there. How are you?
I think we're good. Are we?
Excellent. Very good. So nice to see the audience and the people that are around this virtual room for me. I must say, what a great opportunity, what a great initiative this conference is, and it's truly regrettable that I cannot spend a day there in Prague with you. But a perfect segue to what the minister said, and I really very much enjoyed the clinching argument, which I'll use myself with respect to not only gathering evidence and data, but also effectively communicating and using that for policy making. Great segue to what I think you will discuss there today. By now we know that school closures really have brought about the COVID-19 pandemic, came at a very high cost for student learning. And estimates that the World Bank has conducted for the region show that these costs are somewhere in the magnitude of 0.15 standard deviations of foundational skills, such as literacy and numeracy. What is this 0.15 standard deviation mean? It means that this is close to what a student learns in a typical year of formal schooling. So it's about a year that is lost due to the pandemic and the school closures that we saw. We know that also learning is a cumulative process. It's not a one-off, and it doesn't happen on an off-and-on basis. And whereby learning today is absolutely a necessary condition to learn tomorrow. Not closing the COVID-19 learning losses will persistently cause consequently foregone learning, and in the longer run, lower productivity, lower economic growth. So this one-off shock, which I hope is one-off, that we have seen with the losses that we have incurred is really going to affect long-term productivity, but also long-term growth. And in fact, some of our estimates at the World Bank show that in terms of GDP growth, we see or we estimate a decrease of long-term GDP growth by 0.25 percentage points, again, according to some of our estimates, caused precisely by the learning losses caused by the COVID-19 school closures. What also we know is that the learning losses have a disproportionate impact on different groups of students. They have a larger impact on disadvantaged students, and if these are not addressed, it will reduce not only long-term growth that I just spoke about, but also increase income inequality, dampen social mobility, and when distributional tensions are already high, those become problems rather than opportunities to address those. So today, I believe the key task that is before all of you in Prague is to discuss options, to discuss alternatives, how to address this challenge through reversing this this trend of learning losses, but more importantly, turning the tide and thinking about, well, how can we recover what has been lost and actually continue accumulate learning? So this idea about the learning recovery plan is something that I would be very much interested in hearing after the conference, some of the ideas and some of the thoughts that you would share around closing the learning gaps, around bringing lagging students up to adequate learning levels, but also making sure that learning is being excelled. Finally, like any other significant crisis, COVID-19 also created an opportunity, right? We have a saying that no crisis should go to loss. So for instance, in this particular case, some of the learning recovery plan elements should become a permanent features of education systems so that they can promote inclusion. And COVID-19 forced education systems to transition overnight to remote learning, which is one of these elements that probably could be exploited to some degree. This came, of course, at a cost, but it also opened the possibility of constructing a more technically driven, inclusive, and resilient education system. So to me, the relevant question really is, how can we, as international community, build such a system that creates and encompasses these objectives of technologically driven, inclusive, and resilient to shocks. So when future crises hit, the system is prepared to not incur losses, but to at least preserve where we are and keep accumulating going forward. So with this, again, very sorry that I'm not there in person to hear some of the presentations and the ideas, the research, but very much look forward to hearing back how can we, what is some of the latest thinking, and how can we put this in motion, in practice, in the countries that we work on in the European Union. With this, have a good day today, and again, look forward to hearing some of the conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Galina. Thank you so much. You're absolutely right about the objectives of this conference, and thank you for summarizing all this. Sergey, Štěpán, Galina, thank you for joining us today and giving such important remarks. I think we are now ready for the first keynote presentation, the impact of COVID-19 on student learning. And I would like to welcome Mr. Harry Patrinos, practice manager for the Europe and Central Asia region of the World Bank's Education Global Practice, and my boss, Harry.
I just wanted to share a few things from mainly our review of the evidence of the impact of COVID-19 school closures on student learning to present some of the evidence that we've collected and tried to bring together. But let me start with one observation, and again related to Europe. Make no mistake, we were already in a learning crisis. I think a lot of this has been said already. It was a comment that many have made about developing countries, lower income countries, but it is true in Europe as well. And I think what we saw with the school closures is going to make that problem bigger. But let's see what the evidence says. And I can take you back a couple of years if you can remember. Around March of 2020, when things started to shut down, and then quickly after April and so on, we saw the first school closures, the first wave. And if some of you remember remarks that people made, this will, be temporary, a few weeks, and we'll be back to normal. Lots of famous statements like that. But soon, most schools in most countries around the world were closed. According to UNESCO, at the height of the school closures, more than 90% of students were not in physical classrooms. More than 190 countries, 1.5 plus billion of children. And early on, we suspected that these school closures will affect students in many different ways, including on their abilities to read and do math and so on. So we suspected a learning loss. And in the spring of 2020, the World Bank estimated through a simulation that COVID-19 could result in maybe a third of a year of learning loss because of physical ability to not to be able to attend classes. There were some pessimistic observations as well, but something like a third of a year might be lost worldwide on average. We also suspected that these closures could lead to greater challenges. After all, we know from the evidence that if schooling was, or the loss of schooling was to lead to test score declines, this would affect people's ability to get jobs. We know there's a link between test scores and the ability to find employment. We also know there's a link between education and especially the quality of education as measured by test scores and your ability to earn higher earnings. So there was a risk to earnings as well. There's also a great literature on the impact of crises, let's call them conflicts, pandemics, and so on, that have led to economies being affected, lockdowns of different kinds, and school closures. It's happened. It happened in the past, and we do have evidence of what happens in these things. So if we look at the 1918 influenza outbreak, and this global event affected many countries, there is loss of wages associated with these pandemics. Immediate, of course, with the economies in lockdown, but also for the children of those people affected and grandchildren. There's evidence that the 1918 influenza had effects on people's social and economic outcomes up until the 1980s. We have evidence from conflicts and wars and teacher strikes, weather events, and significant evidence of earnings losses for those people directly affected and for students that were affected in their future prospects. And early on in the school closures, the so-called first wave, I guess at that time we thought it was the wave, but the first wave of the pandemic, there were estimates in the UK, perhaps 3% earnings loss. In Canada, a loss of $20,000 per student over the next 5 years, and so on. We also have evidence from other pandemics and what they did to output. The Black Death, going back to the 14th century, 75 million dead, reduction in labor and productivity. The influenza, 1918, 100 million dead, lower incomes overall. So the pandemics will reduce income, loss of GDP, and have long-lasting impacts, all from the past evidence. And we have a literature on the benefits of education. One of those is the ability to earn higher incomes, and these are significant returns that are under threat if people receive less schooling or they receive lower quality schooling. I'll talk about two kinds of losses that are associated with school closures. The learning loss, which we are most interested in today and want to hear more about, and then predicted future earnings losses associated with the closures. The model, very simple. I assume that the longer people are out of school, the bigger the impact will be. After all, more schooling leads to better outcomes over time. If we have less of it, it should reduce that benefit. So I assume a linear relationship between closures and learning loss, and same logic for future earnings losses. And this is pretty much the model behind many of the early predictions. One of those predictions was that if student learning was reduced by a third in the third grade, this would mean, if nothing else happens, that by grade 10, those students would be a full year behind where they would have been in the absence of COVID-19. So these are grave situations for people, and especially young children, what the learning losses might mean for them. We do have evidence from the so-called first wave, mostly coming from Europe, Australia, and the USA, showing significant learning losses. So these are countries that measured very early and published those results on what happened after the first wave of school closures. Perhaps the most devastating results came from Belgium, where the school closures in the first wave were said to have decreased, learning by about 20 points, almost half a year of learning in the first wave. Netherlands, significant learning losses, Switzerland, the US, Germany. The only country that didn't report in that first wave any learning losses was Australia, but even there, the students from lower income families did suffer more. On average, for this small sample of robust studies of learning loss in the first wave, it's about 14 points, maybe a third of a year worth of schooling, first wave. We have updates for other countries in Europe. I'll talk about the global evidence as well. But for a minute, these are conservative estimates on the learning losses also I wanted to mention. But some would say, well, we had mitigation during the school closures. After all, most school systems went online, either directly using technology like Zoom or whatever, and kept some connection to students, or lessons were broadcast. There were even countries that used radio and, in addition, traditional distance education methods. But I would say that kind of online education was not exactly designed to replace the schooling, the physical schooling. It really was emergency remote teaching. And in many countries, we know this was done pretty much overnight. Also, the capacity of most systems was limited at the beginning of the pandemic. In many countries, we faced situations of weak student connectivity, constrained interactions, and poor attendance. The longer the school closures were in place, the higher were the reports of student absences. We saw this in many countries. So the mitigation was there, heroic efforts by many countries to have some form of learning continuity, but not a system that could replace what we had. There are also some countries that didn't display learning losses, and we'll hear more about those countries. I'll just mention a few. Denmark and France reported very little learning loss, and it will be interesting to hear more about that experience from those countries. The other country, of course, in Europe that reported no learning losses was Sweden. Sweden at the primary and pre-primary level did not close schools, and there were no learning losses. And this has been documented in a robust study that was just published a few days ago. The reading ability of primary school students was not affected during the pandemic. There was no COVID-19 related learning loss in reading in Swedish primary schools, and the proportion of students with weak reading skills did not increase during the pandemic. Students from disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds were not especially affected. So no school closures, no learning losses. Therefore, the learning losses that do exist in other countries must be related to the school closure, not to COVID itself. These are some of the studies in our review where we looked at studies that compared student learning before the pandemic and after the school closures, and we've gone to the second or third waves, whichever one we were at by the second academic year that was effective. So for some countries, it was a disruption of a few months in the first year. For others, it continued into a second year, and I think there are some countries that were closed for a full 2 academic years. We identified 35 rigorous studies in our review. These come from only 20 countries. Pretty good sample for something that's quite recent and I would say ongoing. We're not out of the COVID-19 pandemic, but not a lot of countries given how many closed down. But the evidence from these studies suggests that for the overwhelming majority of cases, there were reported learning losses from 0.1 standard deviations up to 0.25 standard deviations. And you heard 0.25 standard deviations comes pretty close to a year's worth of learning. So a significant loss in most countries. Also, the review found consistently different levels of learning loss by whatever was controlled for in the study, including socioeconomic status or past academic learning for students. So differentiated learning losses. On average, those students from poorer socioeconomic backgrounds suffered more. Students who were already at risk suffered more as well. Of the 35 studies, we do have the majority showing losses, again, ranging from just maybe 12 points up to 25 points. So up to a third, at least a third of the year, a half year on average, or more, depending on how we measure this. So conservatively, at least a half year of learning loss. Mostly these are countries in Europe and the United States. There were some countries with significantly higher learning losses in this sample. Our review looked at also the differences by socioeconomic status. For these cases, this subsample, the losses were greater for those from lower socioeconomic status. About half the studies showed this, where it was measured. very few found little difference in socioeconomic status. So on average, poor students were severely affected by this. We don't have evidence of learning gains. There are countries that have very low learning losses or not at all, but certainly no learning gains. And the range is quite high by country. We also concluded in our review that the longer the closures were in place, the greater were the learning losses. For the countries where we have robust evidence on closures and learning losses, the average school closures were 15 weeks, leading to on average learning losses of 0.18 standard deviations. So close to a year, or at least a half year, up to a year's worth of learning losses. Or to put it another way, for every week that schools were closed, learning declined by 1.2 points, or 0.01 the standard deviation. So the longer we went, the bigger the losses. The longer schools were closed, the greater were the losses. Our evidence also comes from 12 European countries within our sample, just to make it comparable, given similar or more similar conditions such as GDP or access to connectivity and devices. These countries do give us evidence that the pandemic-related school closures did lead to learning losses. In these European countries, average school closures were 11 weeks in duration, and average losses were 0.16 standard deviations. So, which I would say is conservatively about a half year worth of schooling. Therefore, for every week of school closure in these European countries, losses were about 1.5 points per month, per week, I'm sorry. Other reviews, there are 7 already that have reviewed this evidence. The losses are similar across all these studies. Very little differentiation. All the studies find that younger students and students from families from low socioeconomic status suffered more. That's a consistent finding, and all conclude that conservatively a third to a half year worth of learning losses. Since that report, I found a few other studies that showed comparable evidence over time that they can relate to the school closures. And the evidence is, I would say, showing even greater losses. I've added to the database, in this case, Cambodia, Bangladesh, Botswana, I believe, all very large losses, with the biggest one being in Cambodia. So losses of more than 45 points, unheard of. So we're seeing this evidence is consistent in Europe and high-income countries. It's consistent for the middle-income countries, and now we're getting it from many developing countries as well. Some of the implications that I would mention are that it is a fact that long-term nationwide closures will result in learning losses, and this loss will also generate economic effects. There are already some national or country-level studies showing losses in the United States, for example, of at the college level of $90,000 over the working life. There are studies from Norway, the UK, Canada, and Australia. We also simulated this at the World Bank, and we find losses of up to $17 trillion in future earnings of students that are directly affected. This over a very long period of time, but it is a significant number. Our estimate was that this could be a significant proportion of national income. The studies for the OECD also show a loss of GDP of maybe 1.5% of annual GDP. Our findings are consistent with this as well. So significant losses in average earnings due to these productivity differences, significant impacts will on future poverty, and also the losses are disproportionately higher in lower income countries, stand to lose more in terms of how human capital affects future earnings. The effects are also differentiated by level of education. On average, at the primary school level, the annual loss looks pretty small, but over a lifetime, and especially in lower income countries, there's a significant and grave loss. Much higher losses at tertiary education level, but of course salaries are higher at the tertiary level. Lifetime losses will be great, especially for those with more education, and especially as a proportion of income higher in lower income countries. There are other kinds of costs that others have reviewed from the Journal of American Medical Association study related the loss of the school closures on future health, estimating that a loss of 5.5 million years of life loss because of the schooling loss, not the direct deaths to COVID. Other health costs would be mental health, childcare issues, and an increase in inequality due to parents having to drop out of the labor market to support children. In terms of responses, I would mention three things. One is it's time to put in place learning recovery programs, serious recovery programs. Second, these programs will cost a lot. We need to protect education budgets. Yet we're seeing of the countries that we monitor at the World Bank, more than a third are not increasing the education budget. We're actually seeing decreases in education spending at a time when this is critical to protect. Third, we need to prepare for future shocks, to prepare the system to be able to function, to give us the ability to work during these pandemics, whether that means creating better online systems to support learning in person, but also to make the schools safe, because it isn't helping in the long run if so many children will lose out on their education and the future productivity. But most importantly, I would say before doing any of these things, we need to continue to measure learning outcomes. We only have robust evidence from 20 countries so far. It's not enough. Not enough measurement was taking place before the pandemic. Not enough measurement is taking place now. Without the measurement, difficult to figure out what to do, difficult to have in place a system that will respond in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harry. The data is really impressive, and let's see if we have questions from the audience and from our online participants. I see that we have more people who have joined us. Just I encourage them to use the chat box. So, any questions? Yes, Daniel. You'll have to speak at the mic.
Yes. Thank you, Daniel Münich from CERGE-EI. My question goes to your last sentences, saying that the evidence we have is still partial fragments, in richer evidence. So my question is, to what extent the research which was done in how many, 20 countries, it was initiated primarily by the governments or just by the academicians who were interested?
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. In most cases, I would say it is official or national data collection, and we can hear more about that later. But most of it is the regular student assessment, and some countries continue to do this whether there's a pandemic or not. That was certainly the case in the Netherlands and Belgium. But then in other countries, it was efforts by NGOs. non-government organizations, by research institutions, but most of it is national. And for the kind of data that you would want to make statements like the deputy minister was saying, he needs evidence at the national level. That will be required that we have it at large scale. And also, if it isn't large, hard to do the decompositions to look at relative impacts as well. But I'd say probably evenly split between national assessments and efforts by non-government organizations to collect data.
Yes. No.
Hi, I'm Nuno from Portugal. Harry, you said that only about 20 countries had robust measurement. What do you mean exactly by that? So what are the characteristics of robust measurement? Because we can have measurement against past achievements or against curriculum. There are a couple of alternatives there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nuno. So you're right. There were hundreds of thousands of entries on learning loss. Most of those were theoretical or predictions. There were many simulations, database, but they were simulations. So we didn't review those. We looked for studies that compared before and after in a way that we could identify that these were similar populations. They had to show that they were representative of something. I mean, in the case of, for example, in Japan, it's one city, but we know it's representative of that city. That's fine. We took that as robust, and also something that would allow us to be able to say something about whether it was by gender or socioeconomic status, some kind of identifying situation. Also, we looked at primarily school education. There are some studies at the university level. We didn't include those in the sample. It wouldn't have added countries. Would have added studies. Wouldn't have added countries. But we wanted to have a test that we knew was measuring something important. It was a national test, and that gave us the before and after, as it were, so that we were confident of this. So if it was the same criteria we would have used if we were looking at evidence of the impact of something. There are useful studies from other countries that would allow you to get some hint that the loss of moving some way or the other. I think our data was maybe 80 countries that had something. Sometimes it was quite limited to, if a research organization was working in a particular project, we had some evidence there, but not enough details in the study that allow us to conclude that it was robust enough. We also had a bias towards something that had been either reviewed or published, hopefully with review. But we were quite strict on what we wanted to consider for the study. The database has lots of others, but even with those non-robust studies, it wouldn't get us very far.
Thank you, Harry. I think that we have one more question. Yeah. Well, I think yours was from the chat was first. Okay. So, yeah. And then we will go back to Amanda.
One question from the chat, Harry, by Bogdan Vaniak. Hello, how are you going to measure the efficiency of learning? Fill in the gap by earnings or GDP growth. So probably I'll translate it in the how are you going to measure the efficiency of learning? Is it the earnings or GDP growth? What is the priority?
Why don't you give all of them and Amanda, then I can do them all together.
The second one would be from our colleague Svetlana Batsukova. Dear Harry, I know from the analysis and research there are several subjects that are measured, reading, maths. So where are the most losses happen? Reading, maths, maybe other subjects. That's 2 questions from the chat. Thank you.
My question, Amanda Spielman from Ofsted in England. My question perhaps links into the second one from the floor, because the studies I have read addressing learning loss overwhelmingly relate to mathematics and the core constructs of literacy, reading, and so on. So my hypothesis would be that given those got disproportionate emphasis, many other areas of the curriculum got much less attention or were abandoned entirely. Things like foreign languages, social studies, and the practical and pre-vocational skills were very much harder often to teach remotely. So what would you like to see added into the research programme to get a more rounded picture that could help us interpret the consequences we see over the next few years?
Thanks a lot. On the efficiency of the learning, I guess you mean the efficiency of how to measure the efficiency of the learning losses or the implication. I'm particularly concerned with the student outcomes, because one of the reasons to go to school is to have the ability to be more productive, to get interesting jobs, and hopefully higher income. So those are direct losses that are jeopardizing people's future, and without taking action very soon, so those losses will be difficult to recover. The evidence that we've seen, someone already mentioned, it's hard to combat this, and the change has to come now. But the consequences will be very long lasting for people, and if you're still in school, there's something that could be done. For many people that were close to, say, compulsory school age, they may not come back, maybe ever. So that those losses will be severe. Relating it to GDP is useful for sending the message, but I would focus on student level losses. We have the real learning losses already, and we can make the predictions on future earnings. I would focus on this. On the losses, I think most of the studies we reviewed found greater losses for reading, with some variation. And Amanda, you're right. Most of these studies have focused on those basic subjects, reading and math, and definitely we don't know, or we have hints that other subjects have failed. I think it's important to continue to follow up, because these foundational skills, especially by grades 3 and 4, determine people's academic success and their ability to do other subjects as well. So we do need to continue focusing this. And one area that I haven't talked about, because we haven't seen the evidence, is on social skills, social emotional skills, whatever you want to call them, non-cognitive, I don't know, social skills, let's say. There's definitely no substitute for the in-person environment for that. So definitely we would have lost these skills, and for the populations most likely to lose those skills, the combination of losing the foundational skills and reading and math combined with the social skills will further jeopardize them. Not enough measurement on social skills, I think most of us will agree, and that is something that we need to focus on. Some of the evaluations that I'm sure others will talk about later today have tried to measure impacts on social skills as well, and the interventions that work to improve reading and math skills have also been used to improve social skills, and we'll see some of those results later. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. I think we can continue the discussion, and we can just move towards the panel and discuss the impact of COVID-19 on student learning with the help of Daniel Münich, a professor of professional practice at CERGE-EI. Actually, Daniel and his team has done a tremendous work and made all this conference happen. So special thank to you. I invite all the panelists. We have 4 speakers, and then Daniel will introduce them to you.
So, welcome. This is first panel and first try. Everything is for the first time, so I will be sitting here watching you and you globally. So I hope I took the right position. That's me, but I'm putting it here. Okay. So welcome. This panel should focus mostly on the experience what COVID did and what has been done against that, so that we can learn later of how we could prepare for the future or how to recover from the losses. Before I start the intellectual debate, I will introduce our panelists here. I will start with Gunda Tyre. She's from Estonia. If you want to know anything about not OECD, about PISA survey study, she is the right person. She is the person who is bridging towards the science, the psychometrics and all these things, and the general public and journalists, so that she writes about the findings to the broad public, so that policymakers, journalists and general public understands what we learn or what we didn't learn it. So this, and she works, she's head of international assessment in education and youth board of Estonia. I have it written here. I have a number of these institutions. So then, another lady, Ulkar Babayeva from Azerbaijan. Institutionally, she is deputy director of the Institute of Education of the Republic of Azerbaijan. And if I'm not mistaken, she is also at the Azerbaijan State University of Economics. Is it true, or was true in the past? Okay. And then we have two men here. We have Maciej Jakubowski, who has done many things. So let me be brief. From Poland, he's policymaker and researcher these days in education and labor market policies at the faculty at the University of Warsaw. Not only this. He served as deputy minister at the Polish Ministry of National Education between 2012 and 2014, and many other things. And one probably important, is that he has established an evidence institute in Poland to promote evidence-based policymaking, something very needed in the whole Central European region. And last but not least, Václav Korbel, or in Czech, Vašek Korbel, who is a colleague of mine, who is probably the only person and his team who provided the estimates for the Czech Republic you have seen in Harry's presentation. And of course, he knows all the goods and bad about the estimate. So I will definitely ask him something about this. So this was for introduction. And now I will start with questions. We will not have any presentations. We will go directly to questions. I have prepared some. Let me get to them. Since I started by our ladies, I was introducing them. I will start asking men so that women have more time to prepare. So, Maciej, Poland. My question is, what's your opinion, feeling or strong evidence about learning losses in Poland? And given this, do you think the measures taken, not to be taken in the future, have been appropriate, efficient? What do we learn from Big Poland?
Thank you, Daniel, for this question. We actually did a study in Poland, in Warsaw City. So that's a large school system. And basically we estimated the learning loss using PISA as a benchmark. Before we estimated PISA results just for Poland, actually it is still, I hope, a high-performing system. For example, in reading in PISA, it has scores higher than Singapore. So it is a very high achieving system, but we use PISA as a benchmark and our own assessment to which is benchmark to PISA to estimate learning loss. We found, as you saw from Harry's presentation, that is one of the largest losses in among the countries considered, and it's representative to the population of secondary school students in Poland, and we estimate they lost around something equivalent to at least 1 year of education. So that's a major loss. It could be worse, I would say. With our central government not doing much really during the pandemic, we have local governments and really schools which were very active. And I think that was actually a good solution. I think from my understanding of what happened in different countries which really managed the situation quite well were mostly the systems when there were decentralized decisions. It was very difficult to make a rapid and on-point decision at the central level in a crisis like that. But this is also good and bad. I mean, some schools reacted very nicely. They quickly organized themselves. But we have also examples of schools which did nothing, of teachers who did nothing. And so if you were an unlucky student being in a school which didn't manage the situation properly, you have a much higher learning loss. And this is exactly also what we see. I mean, we see this large learning loss in the pandemic in Poland, but also very large inequality. And it's related to the level of students. So low achieving students, also those from disadvantaged background, they lost more. And that's, again, confirmed also in other countries. And we know why. I mean, they have more difficulties learning on themselves and less support at home. But we also see it depends really in which school you were. After the pandemic, we didn't have enough support. I mean, we see this loss, and as I think many mentioned, we still treat education a little bit like, you know, they will catch up, that they will be fine, right? This is just school, and they will learn. The problem is, I think it's cumulative, right? They lost something, and they will not learn sufficiently next year. So it will be accumulating this effect over years. And in Poland, we added something like 10 hours per classroom in addition after the pandemic to catch up for all the subjects. I don't have to explain, it's not enough. So I think this loss will be there, and some schools, again, some local governments are doing more, but that's not enough.
At the additional partial question, given this experience that in decentralized systems, some schools do well, some don't, are you or the government thinking about how to activate those passive or unable schools? Because it's obvious that simply they are hidden, nobody cares. So does someone care?
From my perspective, it was the new situation in school was that you have to organize distant learning, which is very difficult, right? And there was no person in most schools who was there to do that. It was more like voluntary work or done by school principals, right, who were already overwhelmed with other tasks. So if you find a volunteer, that worked, right? But for what the government could do was actually to give money for that. And to say this is a minimum standard and you need this person. It was very clear that in some schools no one is really controlling the program. Kids don't know to which and where to connect, for example, and of course that couldn't work. And these were small things, but for them you really need a minimum standard coming from the central government with some minimum financing. So those kids in these unlucky schools were not left behind.
Okay, we'll probably get to this. It's also about monitoring and data and so on. So I will turn to Václav, Czech Republic. In Harry's graphs, we saw Czech Republic had relatively small loss, relatively, but it comes from your study, right? There is no other study, competing study. And so you are well aware of whether the real impact was bigger or smaller. Probably was not homogeneous, right? So if you could comment on this, the difficulties with that, and also very similar question, simply what we have learned in terms of policies to recover from this in Czech Republic.
Thank you for the questions. In comparison to other countries, the learning loss was not huge in our study, but it has two caveats. First one is that it was conducted like June 2021, and the schools were reopened like 3 to 4 months before that. So maybe some recovery had been done before. And second, we couldn't include the most vulnerable students into the study because they were not participating before the COVID. So probably this is the lower bound, and I would say that the learning loss would be comparable to other countries. And the general experience of COVID pandemics in the Czech Republic is probably similar to Poland. We have very decentralized education system, and at the beginning of the pandemics, the central government was not doing a lot. It was, as Štěpán said, it was dominated by the industry, by the health ministry, and the schools were closed for a long time. But we woke up quite late in the pandemics, and having schools open started to be a bigger priority. And I would mention 3 interesting and good policies which were taking place like in 2021, 2022. The first one was a big program for summer camps. So to get children started socializing with other students and get them motivated and just getting out of the living room. That was nice. The second one was a big program for tutoring, and the ministry wanted to target it as much as possible, and they used to the students who fell behind the most, and they asked. So they got 2 types of data. First, they surveyed the principals. So how many students are lagging behind, how many disadvantaged students are lagging behind, and they cross-evaluated with the administrative data. So it was a nice use of data to really target public policy, and also nice feature was it was incentivized and it was opt-out. So they calculated the number of the money, send it to schools, and if they didn't use it, they just send it back. And the last policy I would like to mention is because not only the learning loss, but the effects on mental health and well-being of students. And we have very few school psychologists, and there's a big problem, probably similar to other countries. And they were financed typically from European funds, which are really not stable type of financing. And now they're changing the legislation to finance them through national budget. So those are 3 policies I would say are going into a good direction, but there are like many areas which were missed and which should be a priority in the long term. The first one is mental health and well-being, because you cannot assume that you just put few psychology into schools and everything will be fine. And there are no big efforts yet. The second one, there was a big push for innovation in schools during the pandemics to use hybrid learning and so on and so forth, formative assessment. But as soon as schools reopened, everything went back to business as usual. So that was a potential which was lost yet again. The third one is the most marginalized and Romani students were out of the school for a long time. And now they are back in school, but they are not really taken care of that much. They are at risk of dropping out of school, which can have big consequences. And again, no big policies to keep them in schools. And the last one, and Štěpán was talking about that, we have very few data on the effects of pandemic. So the only study I was part in was a combination of academics and NGO. It was not the governmental study, and we know very little what happens now, what are the impacts 2 years into pandemics.
Okay, so let me check something. You mentioned camps at the beginning. So it's known that the lagging behind children, it's very difficult to reach. So I guess there was a big role of NGOs in helping the ministry, right?
Exactly, and we don't have the proper data, but from what I know, it was used both by schools which are more well-off and for kids with better socioeconomic background, but luckily some NGOs stepped in and tried to reach the most disadvantaged kids with, I don't know, partial success, I would say, but still the most disadvantaged kids, it's very hard to reach, and I don't know about any good policy how to do that.
Great. So let's turn to Baltics. Gunda, my question to you is first, we saw that Estonia seems it's perceived by the world as doing rather well compared to others. So the natural question is it the digital Estonia contributing to this, or is it special treatment of teachers and simply good teachers, or is it just poor estimate and Estonia is like most others?
Well, we can assume all of that because we were not in any of Harry's slides. So the truth is that we haven't really measured that much. And also, if we talk about the vocabulary, we don't use about learning loss. We talk about learning gaps. But I just want to tell you that today there's a lot of many headlines in Estonian newspapers saying that, yes, Estonian students have fallen behind. And that comes from the publication of national examination results, which came out yesterday morning. And the biggest losses are noted for us. We have two types of mathematics. One is for the higher level and one is for the standard level. So the standard level mathematics has decreased. And everybody, journalists are very happy about that because there is something to write about. But as you say, devil is in the details. So if we compare the results from the last year, there was something that policymakers did that they said, well, those who don't really want to take the math exam, they don't have to. So in other words, we have a different group of students. So if we want to really measure something, the policymakers should not change the rules. Nothing would have happened if these students had taken a test or the exams last year as well. But because of this slight detail, we can see the results, the numbers have changed. We like to say that Estonia kind of was a bit better prepared for the COVID because we had these measures already from education strategy from 2014 that we do need to have digital competence in school. And digital competence means that all subjects have something digital. All schools have an educational technologist that supports other teachers how to use, how to manage the technologies that regular teachers don't know how to do that. And actually many schools, I remember even in one of my daughter's schools, there was a day already pre-COVID that kids were at home, but they could participate with an online, way of learning. It's because before some holidays or so when this was slightly a little bit practiced. But it doesn't mean that there were no surprises. So when the COVID hit, everybody took it as a fact that we have to go online. We have all the technology. The society really involved in helping students from families who did not have computers so that every child would have a computer at home, or the schools lended their computers to the children. So there was a mess up at the beginning, which platforms, what to use, but the studies went on digitally right away. Right away, what the ministry did is that we had a psychological online consulting for families, for students, for teachers, to take it easy, sort of not to have a huge stress, but it was an initiative at the beginning. But another interesting thing that we did was last year in May, everybody who works under the Ministry of Education and under my institution as well, we had to make a phone call to all the school principals in Estonia. So I had to talk to about 3 schools. So everybody had to have a discussion. We had a set of questions. How did you manage? What happened? How did you feel? How much you have lost? How much you learned? And all of that. And so the feedback that came out of that was very, very good. And we did learn that the schools managed worse or better, but so also this communication that the schools know that the ministries or are talking to them. That's also something that was very good, and yeah.
So that's to my mind is that Estonia is a rather small country, so. But is it still decentralized system, or like those Czech and Polish, or is it more centralized or the government?
It's very decentralized, and actually the policy about the schools have regulations. The ministry gave the regulations how to act, but the schools could decide themselves which platform, what they use, and how they use. Also, it came to my mind that we also had summer camps. The summer camps were intended for for students to have sort of to narrow the learning gap as well. So there was like fun science summer camp organized by Sparta University, for example. So where you go to a summer camp, you learn how to make, different scientific experiments in a fun way. You learn, you socialize, and all of that. Another initiative which was very useful was for the students who were finishing grades, grade 9 and grade 12. The government was paying for, or the ministry was paying for courses in the subjects where they would have exams at the end of the course. And those were organized by universities, not by their schools. And the turnover was very high. So if you were about to finish high school and you knew you have a math exam ahead of you, so you could participate in a university organized course, and that way, those are very popular. And so the students knew that they had to study and prepare for that. So there was this gap and initial motivation to do that, to decrease that.
Thanks a lot. So now we will turn to another part of Europe, the border with Asia. So my natural question is, the fact that we are getting closer to Asia, does it mean that things went differently, work differently, that there are different phenomena, features, different kind of troubles, or different solutions? We could debate here. So Ulkar, what would you share with us?
Thank you. I think let's go back to 2020. When we closed the schools, first of all, we are a centralized education system, which is very different from my colleagues here. And all the regulations, all the policies were driven by the Ministry of Education, and Institute of Education supported all the schools to help them to realize those standards and those requirements. When we closed the schools, it was first week of March, and second week of March, we announced virtual school. That was, for the country like Azerbaijan, it was a very rapid decision, a very rapid response, because our schools are not as digitalized as schools in Estonia. And although we did invest a lot into teacher training regarding use of technology in teaching and learning, we cannot say all schools have high internet access or all classrooms are computerized, etc. So we had to find a solution that fit both schools with internet access and schools without. Virtual school project was something that was implemented with the support of Microsoft, because all of us, I'm sure, or most of us are using Office 365, and that has a Microsoft Teams function. So we did not have time and money and resources to develop anything using Blackboard, Moodle, or any other LMS. So we used Microsoft Teams as an LMS for the whole country. So immediately, schools were created in the virtual classroom, virtual school project. So you could go to one region and you could see all schools there. You could see all classrooms, all grades, all subjects. That was interesting because for all of us, it was something new. But at the same time, we worked a regular working hour was till 5 a.m. to make this happen, because, I mean, everybody was united. We understood that there was no other choice. But at the same time, we realized that there are some rural areas, some places in the country where families do not have internet. Maybe they even don't have smartphones to access the virtual school platform. So we did online TV lessons. I'm sorry, TV lessons, not online. The TV lessons, but they were broadcasted online as well, both on TV and online. So we started with 2 TV channels, but then expanded and covered from preschool to all grades. And we have 11 grades, so starting from preschool to end of schooling. And first we tried to do lessons on primary subjects such as math, literacy, geography, science, etc. Then we expanded the number of TV lessons for all grades, for all subjects, for every single lesson that you can think of. The worst side of it was that kids, under the guidance of their teachers over the landline phone and the family members, were watching these lessons, but there was no interaction with classroom, with students or with classroom teacher or homeroom teacher. Mainly what we observed was that, especially in rural areas, teachers literally went to every child's house handed the papers, contacting them through landline phones. But this is not the reality for the whole country. This really depended on the teacher quality of our teachers. Not all teachers did that, unfortunately. When we started the academic year in 2020, you may already know, after 5 days of the start of academic year, war started. So Azerbaijan has undergone through 2 crises, COVID and war. Fall of 2020 was, I think it would be fair if I call this a disaster, because schools in the region were affected by war. Schools did not have any schooling. I mean, there are shootings, there are artillery going on, so you can't really have schools going on, I mean, kids in the school. But because of the war state of the country, we also lost internet connection. There was no internet connection for more than months in the country, so automatically that affected online education. Schools were on and off depending on the region, partially online, partially offline. If COVID cases increased, we were going online. If less sick children or teachers, we would go offline. But everything what I've just said occurred in the places not affected by war. Places, regions affected by war mainly were located in places where they were far from the shootings. So when we did assessment, and we did assessment twice in 2020 to understand how our kids were doing in comparison with 2019 results. So for instance, we were looking at science results of 8th graders, what similar study conducted in 2019, 2020, and 2021 to understand how COVID and war affected the results of our children. And this was done in alignment with curriculum standards. We did not take PISA or any other international assessment as a benchmark. So we saw in the case of war-affected regions, because the school population and the whole community were literally living, residing in a school, they had a chance to communicate, to collaborate, and to learn. I mean, you are really residing in a school. So subject matters such as literacy or math or science was not as bad in the war-affected regions as in the other regions, and that we were really surprised. Because when we had online lessons, subjects such as science, and science is being taught in 4 subjects in Azerbaijan, through 4 subjects: physics, geography, chemistry, and biology. So obviously it was difficult to do experiments, some biological experiments, or chemical, or natural science-related lessons. So our assessment showed that we had learning, not losses, but gaps in comparison to to previous year's results. So what we saw was in certain areas of the country, especially underprivileged areas where the social economic status is low, the results of kids were worse than 2020 in 21 and worse than 2019 in 2020. But in the regions affected by war, we saw some regions in the middle, some regions were somewhere close to below. So another strategy was to do summer camp in summer of 2021 and 2022. It's going actually now. But in addition, I think one of the biggest strategy that we did was a catch-up learning program that we designed, the Institute of Education Ministry and UNICEF. And we conducted that in 6 regions where 3 of them were those affected by war, 3 of them were this underprivileged regions with low social economic status, and we tried to help students free of charge, face-to-face tutoring, and especially in numeracy and literacy, because we saw the worst results were in numeracy and literacy. And we do see some, unfortunately, not good results in science as well, but we are in the process of raising funds to continue that initiative. So we provide tutoring to our students regarding science as well. Another initiative that we did, just like my colleague said, it was about mental health, because, I mean, we all had gone through hard, difficult times through COVID, but we, considering the fact of war and COVID, we had to do psychosocial support to our kids, especially those that were located in the war-affected regions. So, and when we were providing psychosocial support to kids, we realized that our teachers needed more support than kids. And literally, we tried to do a catch-up learning and learning support program for teachers as well, because most of the time we forget about teachers, but they were the ones who had psychosocial problems, economical problems because of the COVID and economic situation in the country and the war. And sometimes they were the ones who just did not know how to act. Although we continuously trained them, they did not know, for instance, how to engage students in an online environment, how to attract students whose parent is fighting. And these kind of minor things was another component of our catch-up learning program, where we supported teachers both professionally in terms of teaching and psychosocially, so they feel better to teach children.
Thank you very much. Before I give floor to questions from the audience and from online, I have one question, in fact, to you, Ulkar, but to all, but I want you to be very brief, just express your feeling, yes, no, with minor comment. We have one case of centralized educational system. My impression was that things worked somehow. Of course, there are always difficulties. My feeling from the decentralized systems of 3 other countries, I was not so sure about, but we know both systems have pros and cons. So what's your feeling? And really briefly, was it good that your country had centralized or decentralized system during the COVID? Would you wish to have the alternative for your country? But briefly, just your feelings.
My feeling is that it's bad for the inequalities. So some schools do great, some schools do terrible. So both have pros and cons, but for inequality it's bad.
So I think for the cases of crisis, having centralized education system was positive side, but there is a lot to learn from decentralized education systems when it comes to regular state, not just crisis. Yeah.
We're not having crisis every year, right?
No, I think the centralized solution in such a crisis are really important, but as you just said, inequality is an issue here. So you need the minimum standards and you need a support line from the central government for those who are struggling, and some monitoring and accountability really also there. Without that, you are risking that some schools will not be doing much really, and that's happening not only in crisis. I mean, we also have evidence from before that if you leave local governments, for example, preschool education in Poland, some local governments will just close preschools.
I think that the schools were really happy that there is some guidelines coming from the ministry, and they said also in our phone interviews that they actually used those very much. So, and because this was not just purely educational event, this was health and going beyond the competencies of the education. So I think strict guidelines, how to act, what to do in case which is unprecedented is very good. How you implement these guidelines should be the competence of the school to be able to decide. So a mix of both would be the answer.
Okay, understood. Makes sense. So Paulina is behind me, right? She has the right to pick questions, or should I?
I will help you with the mic.
So we have a first question, and then there in the.
Hello, Hjalte Meilvang from the National Agency of Education and Teaching in Denmark. So it seems like in all of your countries, you did a lot of things. You had summer schools, you had accelerated learning, perhaps you, I don't know, lengthened the school day. Was there any, has there been any talk about, don't kids need to relax? Shouldn't they have a normal life? Should we take away summer vacations? Should we make school days longer, or should we just get back to normal as fast as possible?
I saw him first.
Thank you for this question. I mean, there are many people saying that after the pandemic, when the schools opened, don't focus on subjects now. We just have to, be together and well-being and all these things. I think many kids were actually frustrated mostly that they wasted their time. And we didn't talk about, we talk about evidence on the outcomes, but the problem in education in general is that, in the moment you have an idea, you can apply it in your classroom. And the pandemic was really an explosion of different ideas. I mean, the people saying, for example, use flipped classroom. This is a brilliant idea to teach in the pandemic, despite the evidence that it actually increases inequalities, and it's very difficult to implement correctly. And in the time when you don't have time and resources, that's might be the worst idea. And after the pandemic was a lot of discussion about our mental well-being, things like that. But again, not taken seriously, really. It was about, let's not do mathematics class, let's go to the park together. I don't think it was actually, no one was really asking kids what they want to do. And the biggest discussion was about the examinations, of course, right? What to do with that. And that was, I think, correct, because if you wasted so much time or you didn't use it or you closed schools or you didn't use this time effectively, then expecting from children to perform well on exams and make important decisions from them, that should be somehow corrected, right? And they should be given more time or to learn. But first of all, they should be given opportunity to learn, and on top of these other things.
Yes. So examination, we don't have a panel for examination. I think it was a worrisome issue in all the countries. So good.
Of course, there was mental issues. Every teacher that you talk to, everybody says the students don't know how to talk to each other, how to socialize. I just wanted to share one of these ideas that one of the schools or several of the schools decided about the homework. So during the pandemic, when students are all the time online, should there be homework or should there not? And considering that students already have been so much time online, virtually, so some of the schools decided traffic light approach. So the traffic lights, we have, what lights do we have? Red, yellow, and green. So accordingly to the subject, should they really, if the students have been so much online, maybe they shouldn't have homework at all. Or accordingly to the subjects. And so the green one, when you could read books and you could do things, but to avoid this online exhaustion. And so I think that was also considering the mental health of the students, so and not to overburden them with that.
Thank you. Do you want to comment?
Just very quick. What I saw, like many policies, but most of them were short term. So let's do summer camp, and in 2-3 weeks everything will be fine. So I would consider like another approach, like start slowly, but having the priority for next couple of years. That it will be hard, and we need like long-term policies. But the approach was mainly like short-term. Let's do a few weeks hard, and now everything. And now with the war in Ukraine, COVID, and the education is now off the table, and it's not in discussion at all.
Okay.
Yes, we actually had a very strong and close relationship and communication with parents. We were posing questions live on Facebook, and they would respond. And do you want homework? Do you maybe you don't want homework? But I think what we saw as a country was that parents were pushing the government. They wanted kids to study online, offline, didn't matter. They really wanted the kids. They did not want their kids to fall behind. So when we launched TV lessons, they wanted online lessons. When we launched online lessons, they wanted offline lessons. When we did online and offline, they said, why are you doing so much? But it was a little hard to keep them happy. But I believe in our case, parents, at least on this particular issue, were quite happy with the government and with the policies.
Yes, thank you. So we have another question there in the middle of the physical room.
Hi, I'm Renata from the World Bank. My question is, and maybe the question is to everyone but Ulkar, because I think she answered this already. But my question is, I'd like to know whether in this learning recovery plans, if countries are focusing on policies that are specific to rebuilding teachers' skills. And the reason I'm asking this is we know that human capital can depreciate when skills go unused. There's 2 really nice studies that suggest that when teachers stay unemployed for a year, there's one study in Greece that says that when teachers stay unemployed for a year, there is it's associated with about a reduction in learning of about 0.1 of a standard deviation. Another study in Peru that says when teachers move from a teaching position to an administrative position, and then they go back to teaching position, again, there is an impact of similar magnitude. I think personally that from a public sector management, this is a complete disaster if there is going to be loss of skills of teachers after this 2 years of pandemic. I think that's definitely a huge cost of school closure. I don't hear much about this. I don't hear people talking about teachers, and I'm not talking about teaching skills online. I know that many countries have done training programs on digital skills for teachers. Talking about when you go back in person and you have to go back to your traditional, to the skills that you've had before the pandemic, classroom management, for example, right? Any country is doing any work on this, focusing on rebuilding these very important teacher skills. Thank you.
I think very tough question, right? That's 2 parts. First, whether the general feeling in the country perceives that this might be a problem. And second, if any of the countries took some measure or is planning for any measure. That's my division, per partes division of the issue. So is there anybody who can share something that's on teacher skills, depreciating and...
We have a rule that the schools have to pay, school budget has to go, 1% of the school budget has to go for teacher training. Yes, so I think that has not disappeared, and the courses have resumed. We have had, during this past school year that just finished, we have had an online course, which is an online course, but it means it talks about how to become smarter from distance, and that was geared to schools and teachers, and talking about the mental health and learning gaps and all of that. So these are skills and sharing practices, and the third initiative was about during the COVID. Also, teachers got sick, and so what to do if the teachers are missing from schools. So there has been a government-paid program where you can outsource teachers, and they would come in and up to a certain amount of lessons and give. So sharing the experience of coming of different teachers for the same school, that's also probably something as and of course the networking and for teachers to work together, that has been happening.
Thank you.
Just one comment.
Okay, please.
We had high percentage of vaccination among educators, so that helped us to have most teachers and most school administrators in the schools. But we realized, as I said earlier, that teachers also had some difficulties and challenges. That's why we had mentoring support through the catch-up learning programs. We did provide some mentoring support to teachers. But in addition, we very recently, actually in 2021, had the plans to improve schools using improvement science, to evaluate schools first of all, and then to develop school improvement plan and then help schools to improve according to the plan. But a pandemic accelerated the process and kind of shifted our our perspective regarding school improvement. So when we entered the school in 2020 and 2021, and pandemic and factors affected by causes affected by pandemic was another thing that we looked at, how teaching weakened, how management got worse, how we can help with this. So now the good story, I think, for us is that we have over 300 schools where we are helping them to build their school improvement plans. And based on each plan, and these are the needs of each particular school, not general. You go into a school and school A has a different plan than school B. So we are helping them as an Institute of Education. We're helping these schools to realize their plan and to get better in many issues, including teaching. So I think that's one of the strategies that we have been.
You sound so optimistic about it works.
I mean, there are many issues, many challenges and difficulties, and I'm sure we will be having these difficulties on and off. But the good thing for us was that schools did not object to school improvement. They did not, I mean, one thing is you look at the assessment results and you say your kids resulted worse than the kids of another school. But the other thing, you observe their lessons, you observe the management, you talk to parents, you talk to kids, you talk to every single stakeholder. And you say, so here's where you stand in terms of a scale, and this is the plan for you, and this is not your own job. I'm here side by side, I'm helping you to realize the plan and to get better in many different angles. So I think schools, although we are centralized education system, schools really appreciated the fact that institutes or any other reps from the government are willing to help them to get better.
Okay. So, Vašek, could we share something interesting, important from our country?
I don't know, can you?
I'm a member of municipal council, very small village. We have 6,000 small villages in Czech Republic, meaning extreme number of small villages. So, of course, there are no experts at the municipal councils, mostly on education. And most villages have their own school. And they are in close contact in the principals, and they decide many things which matter for the schools. So my feeling is that a great deal of educating teachers or preventing their depreciation of skills depends a lot on how the village, the chair of the village simply is seeing it as a priority. If not, then nobody cares, and it depends on the principal who again could decide. So
yeah, I would just add that there is not enough support from the government, from the central government, which would be needed to improve the depreciating skills of teachers. Yeah.
So, Daniel, we have some questions from our online participants.
Could you keep it, because we have to be nice to our almost invisible audience, so please, Tigran.
We have an invisible but quite active audience, and we have 5 questions. Let me just start with one. No, they hear me. So you could hear me. Teachers had to change the way they teach in the classrooms during the pandemic and the aftermath of the pandemic. They are required to spend more time in delivering catch-up programs and also teaching extra time to mitigate learning loss. How do teachers react to this? What support to teachers by the system would work, in your opinion? Well, I have 5 questions, so Daniel, maybe you could pick
So pick any question you can answer. Yep, Matej.
I think what I wanted to say about teacher training is that in all countries, we have a lot of training about, so-called digital teaching skills. But from my experience, and I reviewed a lot of these courses, they focus on technical skills. It's basically how to use Microsoft Teams, how to draw something in things like that. No really teaching about, evidence-based teaching methods for digital lessons. And I think it was very frustrating experience for teachers, and I'm not that optimistic as in Azerbaijan. In Poland, we have a massive now exodus, I would say, from the teaching profession in Poland, and I think it's caused by many problems, but pandemic was also very difficult, as we all agree, for teachers. They were very frustrated. Also because they could feel that it's really not that efficient, and they were not helped with that. Like I said, there were many ideas how to do that, but they were created from scratch. Not really. I mean, even I can give you an example of movies created by a Polish Ministry of Education with a Polish television about how to teach in pandemic, how to learn in pandemic, and there were all possible myths, like if you do things with your left hand, your brain activates and all these things, not really something based on science. And that's just a weakness of education world, basically, that in a situation like that, we don't rely on evidence, we just grasp whatever is possible, or the training is focusing really on technical things. Not the most important ones, because if you know how to teach and you turn on Skype, you will be much better than a person who mastered Microsoft Teams and, doing miracles with that, but don't know how to teach in a digital world.
So if I had one question to those asked schools of pedagogy. Did they react already, providing new courses, new teaching methods to teachers or to further education to current teachers? Any?
We had already quite a bit of digital materials. We have something called e-school bag or something like that. So in other words, many of the materials that you use digitally, they cannot be PDFs transferred from the paper-based. So it's a different environment, different styles of teaching. And actually in using some of those or using those materials, those depositories that we have were very, very helpful. So teachers exchanged with these ideas how to share, for example, how to teach this and that in mathematics. So having content and platform where to do it on a digital way was probably helpful. If everybody managed, probably not.
My feeling is that what might be very helpful is just that these teachers really can see a class run by the modern online method, by a really professional, well-educated teacher. It's very difficult to request them to read instructions. You know, they have to see and then try. That's my
Back to that question, our teachers really complained a lot because if you are having online and offline lessons at the same time, then it means your day really prolongs. So if regularly, if teacher teaches from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., there were many times when teachers worked till 8 p.m., starting from 8 a.m., because groups and shifts of classes varied. So our teachers, although they did get payment for every lesson that they conducted, but their whole day was taken. And that means they did not have time for their private lessons, private tutoring, and that's their private business. And that's why we received a lot of complaints about that. Yeah.
Yeah, continued on teachers, and the follow-up question was about if there is any analysis of impact of COVID on teachers, and any programs probably focused on teachers leaving schools because they cannot handle anymore.
We actually ran a survey among teachers asking them about symptoms of depression and anxiety. And actually, it got 3 times worse than before the pandemic. So the burnout and the mental health problems were quite severe, and they are still frustrated because it continues, and now there are lots of Ukrainian refugees. So it's a big problem.
We didn't conduct any study, but the government's plan was to implement teacher certification in 2020, and it was postponed because of pandemic, and it was not implemented in 2021 as well. We are going to implement it this August for the first time in the country. I believe teachers were quite understanding to this situation, but even now when we announced that we're going to do this year, we still hear a lot of complaints, and we are planning to conduct a study how overall these changes affected teaching and teacher retention.
I think space for 1 or 2 questions, depending.
I will address one question, because 2 questions to Estonia. Sorry. One is is about the status of Estonia as a highly digitized country. Did you have to change something in your systems because of COVID or not? And the second one, a follow-up, the question is about learning gaps and losses were larger or smaller in schools of national minorities, like Narva, for example, compared to Estonian average national. Thank you.
We can't do without politics, can we? The digital education or the road towards digitalization, it doesn't happen overnight. So we started with our education systems, what I've been talking about around 2009. So basically, the development of the testing system, development of all of these platforms, it's been an ongoing process. You commented at some point that the European Union funds are unstable. I can say that we have made a lot of things with the money. So the international organizations support some of those things. Did we have to change anything? We probably, if we were on the way of going or doing or implementing all of these digital strategies, the learning gap was very fast anyway. So the teachers had a long-term way how they will gradually get to the digital teaching and learning. But the COVID said that you just have 1 week, and they did it. And to comment, the teacher burnout, when the COVID started in 2020 in March, so we had spring holiday at the end of April, and this was the most cherished holiday because everybody was so exhausted after just 1 month of living differently. So that's a response to comment to the other one. I really cannot comment anything about Narva and Estonian schools or the Russian-speaking schools and Estonian-speaking schools. PISA has shown constantly that there is a gap of about 1 year between these two groups. I know that there are some very good Russian schools, and then I know that the schools are trying. We just finished PISA collection, the data collection, and next year we'll probably be able to comment if there have been any changes. And this is also a nice point for Harry, that there is a very good quality data being collected at the moment. And next year, by the end of the year, you can have all the analysis in the world that you want to make. And there are also COVID-related questions in the questionnaire. So all of that will come out and be ready for good use.
Thank you so much, Kunda. We have one last question from our colleague, Alina.
This is an excellent panel. That's why you have so many questions. So one more, please, bear with me. What I understood is to raise a child, you need an entire village. This is what all of you said, and the role of the schools go beyond schooling. So you need your community to be there for you. What I want to ask you is about lagging behind children that are really grouped in marginalized area and communities that are poor. How can we help these schools with the support of whom? Of the community, of the local authority, as you said, because they need EdTech experts in schools, right? They need psychologists. They need more than only teachers that anyways hard to find them in the hard to staff school like that. So what we can do about these kids, because we need to support them and to prioritize them, even they are in a war zone or in a marginalized area or in a poor area. What can we do to finance these communities or these schools?
Tough question. We are over time, so I'm sure we will have time also in other panels to answer this. So please briefly, if you like to comment on this, lagging behind the children of this.
I mean, yeah, that's a big question. But I think in discussions after how to recover from COVID, right, it was quite clear that there's one effective method if you want to help whole country is basically small group tutoring. I mean, if you want to close the gap quickly and target it after assessment, when you know where are the gaps, you can basically give some kids at their level, small tutoring classes. And this is the only way really to close this gap quickly. The problem is, you know what's the problem? The problem is money. I mean, it's extremely expensive.
Any other solutions than money?
You always don't need money. For example, how to find the gaps is a question. We would say, yes, you need digitalized tests to find out this and that. But there are methods where you can very easily find out what is that you know and what you don't know. So these are teachers who can figure out, for example, in the classroom, what is that I need to teach to this group in order to help. If a school is made as a small village, in other words, if the school can provide food, can provide, the conditions, the socioeconomic gap can be, the consequences can become smaller. all of these, you know, psychological helps and all of that. For example, in Estonia, we have this approach where every school can get a psychologist from the national networking system. And so if those can be pulled into the school, the children who need help can be helped. So if a school is made as a small village itself by pulling in innovation, creativity, and of course money, it would probably be a good factor.
Thank you very much. So it's nice we can claim at the end. So thank you very much, Gunatar, Maciej Jakubowski, Ulkar Babaeva, and Václav Korbel for nice discussion in the panel. Thank you.
So we will continue our fruitful discussion, I hope. And I would like to invite the next keynote speaker, Rafael de Hoyos, right? Rafael is a lead economist in the Human Development Department of the World Bank, and he's also a founding partner of an NGO promoting the use of evidence to design and evaluate education policies in Latin America. So, Rafael, the floor is yours. Presentation is already there.
Thank you. May I keep the mic just in case I want to go around?
Just in case you want to move around.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks a lot for the invitation. Thanks a lot to Daniel and the rest of the colleagues at this beautiful building in this beautiful city. So what I'm going to talk about is about opportunities that were brought about by the COVID crisis to not only address the learning loss, but also with some resources and some political will actually come out of the crisis with a more resilient and inclusive education system. So for the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'll walk you through 4 parts of my presentation. The first one is I try to summarize what we know in terms of theoretical linkages between school closures and student learning, particularly distinguishing between student learning in general and the learning of disadvantaged students. Then I will try to be a bit provocative by asking a question on whether it was the most effective way to deal with the pandemic, the way we dealt with it. Then I will outline policy options, both in the short and longer term. And finally, I will conclude identifying those elements that might allow us to create a more resilient and inclusive education system. So let me go to an attempt to summarize the theoretical conceptual literature around COVID, school closures, and student learning. So how does at least economists think that learning happens? Economists want to or like to think, I will just walk around a bit. I feel trapped behind the podium. So economists like to think that there is a production function of learning. And this production function has basically 2 sets of inputs. The first one is a family input. The second one is a school input. So these inputs combine also with innate abilities of students to produce learning. And also another feature of these learning production functions is that learning is cumulative. So the amount of learning today will determine to a great extent my ability to learn tomorrow. So what happened during school closure with this simple framework developed by economists? So basically we shut down. We got a bucket of school inputs and we we stop using them in an effective way. So there's an inefficiency effect because of a misallocation. Think about this classroom and all these gadgets, and the teachers that are here, they were all of a sudden, all of them, in closed down. They were in their households, so they had to deliver learning in an environment that were not set to be used, all these inputs in an effective way. So that's a general loss of efficiency in the use of school inputs to produce learning. There's another implication of this very simple model. There's an equity impact, because since you only have now an ineffective use of school inputs, most of the learning of students comes from the availability of household inputs. And household inputs are actually very unequally distributed. So those students that happen to have an educated parent, they happen to have access to the internet. They could try to mitigate the impact of school closures, but those students whose parents didn't finish high school, they didn't have access to internet, they didn't have learning materials at home. So those students probably didn't learn anything during school closures. So these are three implications of this very simple model of how learning is being produced. Is that one, when school closed, there is a general loss of efficiency, there's a general loss of learning. So we are less productive in using the set of inputs, school and household inputs, to produce learning. The second one is that there is this negative impact is larger among disadvantaged students. And the third one is that because of the cumulative nature of learning, if we don't address learning, the learning loss, the negative effect will be accumulating over time. So let me give you a bit of some empirical evidence to support the conceptual framework that I just explained. So this is access to internet in high-income countries, upper middle income, lower middle income, and low-income countries. So as you would expect, the kids that are living in high-income countries, they have larger access to the internet while being at home. So just from this very simple perspective, they had better conditions for learning while schools were shut. Also within countries, so within a low-income country, households that are in the upper part of the income distribution, they have better conditions for learning than those at the lower part of the income distribution. So you might be thinking, well, this is a conclusion. The conclusion of this is that inequalities between countries, let's say between Denmark, which is a high-income country, and Mexico, which is a middle-income country, will exacerbate. And not only that, inequalities within Mexico will also exacerbate between relatively wealthy Mexicans and relatively poor Mexicans. So the evidence that was presented by Harry is also corroborating this very simple conceptual framework. There is a large learning loss, and I will show you in a second, it's also larger among countries that started in a worse off position in terms of learning. Also, the evidence presented by Harry supports the claim that learning loss is larger among households that are in the lower part of the income distribution. So that's the link between school closures, learning, and learning inequality. So how did countries around the world, most of them, with a few exceptions, face the challenge posed by the pandemic? Basically, if I can simplify, they had two options. Option number one, let's work to reopen schools as soon as possible. Maybe that's what Denmark did. The other one is, let's keep schools closed, and let's try to work in improving the effectiveness of remote learning. I think that most of the discussion that we've had so far has concentrated in this. How can we make more effective remote learning? But the actual determinant, the important determinant behind learning loss is the first one. Why did Mexico keep schools closed for almost 2 years, as opposed to Denmark that closed for 2 months? So why are some politicians giving reacting very different to these alternatives, policy alternatives? Some countries and some politicians, they seem to react more or in a more effective way to the existing evidence. So this is what the under minister was referring during his opening speech, is that we need to have evidence-based policymaking. And what I'm showing here is 5 countries that will appear in a forthcoming study that I am working together with Marjorie Chinen. These 5 countries, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova, and we compare the number of school days, the number of days that school remain closed vis-a-vis Belgium, Norway, and Denmark. So I don't know if you remember, but around October of, as early as August of 2020, so some months after the pandemic started, the European Commission came up with a document that was showing evidence, pretty conclusive evidence, that schools were not the virus hotspot that we thought at the beginning. Because at the beginning, when you're facing a virus that you don't know, with kids being at proximity, you would have thought, well, it's a very good idea to close down schools to prevent the spread of the virus. But it turned out not to be the case. Evidence from the UK, from the US, from Germany, from Spain, from France was showing that that was not the case. And after analyzing this evidence, the European Commission published this in August 2020, claiming, look, there is no basis to support school closures. In October of that same year, the British Medical Journal published a paper saying school closures are not evidence-based policy. And they were showing both sides of the equation. On the one hand, there's no evidence that shutting down schools actually help countries to reduce the speed of the infection. And on the other, there is plenty of evidence showing that closing schools have a significant impact on learning, and not only on numeracy, literacy, also on the mental well-being and development of children. So why, this is October 2020, so why countries kept using this same policy of shutting down schools after this was already there, the evidence was there? So this is what I was telling you before. So if you gather all the evidence from around the world in terms of school closures on the y-axis, and what the World Bank calls learning poverty, is a share of the 10-year-old kids that can read a simple text, but they can't really comprehend the main message of that simple text. So that's what we have here in the x-axis. So there's a positive impact. There's a positive, not impact, relationship, correlation between learning poverty and school closure. So countries that had a higher share of learning poverty prior to the pandemic, they also kept schools closed for a longer number of days. So therefore, when you get the existing evidence, the graph that was shown by Harry, and you correlate that with learning poverty, so the average learning loss, learning poverty, you also get a positive correlation. So the existing difference between Denmark and Mexico, and I'm referring to Mexico all the time because I am from Mexico, will exacerbate as a result of the decisions that were taken by the Mexican government. So what are the policy options? I only have 2 minutes. Of my 20, or you're giving me 15? So it's strange. So, policy options to address the learning loss. I won't stop further here. Learning recovery plan. I just want to simplify the evidence. There are 3 steps in this learning recovery plan. The first one is prioritize foundational skills, numeracy, literacy, and socio-emotional skills. Number 2, you have to measure. If you're prioritizing the skills, if you think that it's important, then you have to start by measuring the skills. And now there is plenty of instruments that will allow us to measure in a very accurate way these foundational skills. And finally, comparing the learning outcomes of kids as measured by the standardized test with the level that they ought to have, you will identify gaps. So you have to fill those gaps with compensatory or remediation policies. And I just want to talk about 2 of these effective remediation policies to close these learning gaps. The first one is high dosage tutoring. And this is also a table put together by Harry, where he's summarizing what we know about the effectiveness of this high dosage tutoring to address the learning loss. And there is plenty of evidence showing that even online tutoring that was undertaken in Spain, in Italy, and in the US was very effective to reduce these gaps. In the case of Italy, it was actually also increasing or improving socio-emotional skills because kids from a relatively disadvantaged background were having access to a young student from the Bocconi University. The second effective remediation strategy is the computer-assisted learning. And the logic behind this computer-assisted learning is teaching at the right level. So it's acknowledging that if I am a teacher and I have 12 students, and if every color that is there in that graph represents a different level of competencies, I am facing a high degree of heterogeneity. So if I just have one mouth, a pair of eyes, I will just be instructing maybe to the average of those kids. And actually, if something happened with the COVID school closure, is that this heterogeneity got exacerbated, this intra-classroom heterogeneity. So the step number 1 is to measure what's the level of competence of each of my 12 students. And then I will have to personalize the level of teaching of these 12 students. So I will have to clone myself 11 times so that there are same number of teachers for the number of students. That's impossible, and that's very expensive. But what the computer-assisted learning incorporating teaching at the right level does is precisely that. It is actually personalizing learning, and there is robust evidence coming from India that using computer-assisted learning to teach at the right level is very effective, especially to bring struggling students up to level. So finally, and I have another 2 minutes. Okay, thanks. Okay, so finally, let me conclude. What are the lessons that I think we can draw from that COVID crisis to try to construct a more inclusive, which is also a more resilient education system? The first one is that we had a problem, and this is Europe, where things are relatively better than in other regions, but we had a problem in terms of low learning prior to COVID. So so it's not that the learning problem or the learning challenge started because of COVID. This is PISA 2018, close to 1 in 3 students in Europe did not achieve minimum standards. So 1 in 3 students, 1 in 3 15-year-old students in Europe is functionally illiterate. Perhaps more worrisome, if you compare what happens in the last few years measured by the PISA test, with that share of students that are below minimum standards, this share increased between 2015 and 2018. The share of students in the minimum learning levels or below level 2 of PISA. So it's true that to address learning loss, we need a learning recovery plan that prioritizes foundational skills, measures foundational skills, and then puts in motion some remediation strategy. But that's something that should have happened prior to COVID. That is something that was relevant, at least for the 1/3 of the students that are at a disadvantage. That was true prior to COVID. So why not doing it now as a permanent element of inclusive education systems? The second one is something that was mentioned in the previous panel, and is that COVID forced all education systems to go into this unknown territory of remote education. So that forced teachers to acquire digital skills, that also forced students to think about different ways of interacting with their teachers. So this could be something used for the better. I think somebody in the last panel said, well, but the problem is that we went back to business as usual. We shouldn't lose the opportunity. We already invested a lot of resources developing the online pedagogical material. We invested a lot in trying to provide access to internet to the most marginalized. So why don't we use, for instance, computer-assisted learning or online tutoring to permanently provide more learning opportunities for those students in the lower part of the income distribution. All these features of the learning recovery plan, the digital skills developed by teachers, and online tutoring and computer-assisted learning are trying to identify good practice and good practice implemented during the emergency of COVID, and trying to make them permanent features of education system. But there are two complementary policies or complementary actions that should accompany the use of evidence and the identification of opportunities. And the first one is that we need resources, and we need more resources that are targeting schools in the lower part of the income distribution, or schools that are serving the most marginalized. And the second one is that we need political leadership. We need political leadership because otherwise we won't be able to sit down with the teacher unions and tell them that everybody's winning if we address the learning loss and if we incorporate some of the elements, useful elements of COVID, and make them a permanent feature of education systems. So we need astute and responsible politicians to create these coalitions between stakeholders that many times they don't share a common goal. And this astute and responsible politician is also the best way not only to secure the resources, but also to ensure continuity of policies. Thank you.
I think we have a couple of minutes for one question. If we have any questions, yes, no.
It's a very technical question. Thank you. It's a very technical question. You said that about 1/3 of European students were below level 2 in PISA. I had in mind a slightly less tragic number, about 20%, right? So.
Yeah, this is the graph that I was showing, if I'm not mistaken, is for ECA, European and Central Asia. Is the World Bank classification. I'm sorry, I should have said that.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. The last one.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Rafael. I just had a question about your graph, which I think plotted learning poverty and learning loss. And I think Harry included a similar graph. And I just wondered, there's lots of variation within a given learning poverty. There's high degree of variation between the amount of learning loss, right, which you would expect, I think. But I just wondered if you had a sort of intuition around what's driving that variation, and if there's anything that we can learn from that.
So I haven't looked at the data or I haven't done research to give you a scientific answer, but what I think is going on there is that the difference in number of school days or days that school remain closed, there is a large variation. So for the same level of learning poverty, you have countries like Mexico that closed for, let's say, 200 days or 2 years almost, and you have also countries like Uruguay that close for 3 months. And more or less in terms of learning poverty, they are not that far away.
There is one question online. Is anyone doing research on the factors that led different countries' policymakers to keep schools closed after the evidence was available that school closure produced little or no health benefit?
Yeah, I think we should be doing more research on that. I did a few exploratory correlations. So for instance, if I want to explain why countries in Latin America, which are clear outliers, they left schools closed the longest time, you start by saying, well, what about GDP per capita? What about the infection rates in terms of COVID? What about the capacity of health systems? What about also female labor participation? Because if female labor participation is very low, you won't feel the urgency to reopen schools. So all the elements that I just mentioned cannot explain, not even 1/10 of the anomaly when you look at the variation across the world. Now, on more speculative grounds, I think it is what economists call a revealed preference of the society. So there are some countries that decided to reopen restaurants and bars before reopening schools. And this is a revealed preference, right? It doesn't matter that in the surveys, everybody praised education as being the most important thing. The revealed preference, because economists never trust on these surveys, the revealed preference of the society is telling us that, again, in Latin America, in Mexico, in Brazil, in Argentina, they reopen football stadiums before reopening schools. So this is just telling you that they don't value education as an engine of future prosperity, economic growth, and social mobility.
There's one proposal for the research, not a question. The proposal for the research would be very interesting to see relationship between parents' telework status and students' learning outcomes during remote learning. Good question. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Rafael, for such a comprehensive presentation and great answers. We will now continue the discussion of the lessons that can be drawn from the pandemic in the road towards the construction of a more resilient, efficient, and equitable education system, highlighted by experiences from France, Portugal, the UK and Denmark. So I'm passing a word to my colleague Alina Sava, Senior Education Specialist at the World Bank, who will chair the next panel, and she will introduce our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Rafa because he set the stage great. So we were into the subject of the panel, working toward resilience education system. We have here great panelists. Good afternoon, everyone. So to the larger audience that we have, let's spend this hour and let's make it inspirational, because people need to hear from what happened in reality. And sometimes we look into the past to explore future, but also alternatively, we use prospective studies. So we look into the future to see what we can do in the presence. So we focus all the discussions on taking this COVID-19 situation and learning loss as an opportunity for researchers and practitioners to come together. Why? To inform reports, to bring evidence, to produce good advice. To whom? To governments, in order to have learning recovery and building resiliency. The pandemic lasted longer than it was predicted at the beginning, and we cannot say what the next wave will bring. And the strategies that Rafa showed, the alternatives, all the options should be open. And then in this process, the pandemic becomes an opportunity to introduce structural reforms to education system, to create this resilience and to improve performance and students' learning. Let's now present you. I will start with Amanda Spillman, Her Majesty Chief Inspector at the Office for Standards in Education, Children's Services and Skills from United Kingdom. You did a great work for so many years on supervising, overseeing the education systems, providing advice on strategies, and we are here to learn from you. I would go from here. We have Thierry Rocher, Deputy Director for Assessment and School Performance at the Directorate for Statistics in Ministry of Education of France. Many countries are looking at France to see what happens in there and why how you could produce such an amount of data and how you tackle the learning loss during these years. So we are interested in what data reveal. We have our friend Nuno Crato, a former Minister of Education from Portugal, who could change and improve results at PISA for Portuguese students. And this is impressive. And now, university teacher at University of Lisbon and the president of Iniciativa Educação. And Hjalte Meilvang from Denmark, special advisor to the National Agency for Education and Quality at the Ministry of Education in Denmark. In this quality, you also work in the PISA governing board. You also look at data and improve policy for basic education. And we are very keen to understand how Denmark did so great during this period. So now I will start with first question to Amanda, because we have a lady in the panel. How important it was, the inspection function, to address and measure the learning loss, and what lessons can you share with other countries that we can benefit?
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, out of practice. I'll just start explaining very quickly. The agency I lead is the inspectorate. We do not administer the tests and big quantitative measurement programs. We send inspectors to schools, colleges, all kinds of education, and draw that together into aggregated qualitative insights and research publications. I also want to endorse Gunda's point that we tend to think about learning gaps rather than loss. At a national level, in putting together a national data picture, you can estimate learning losses. But of course, at the level of the individual child or class or even school, you don't have certainty about what might have been. So it is better to focus on where children are, what are the things that they need, that they are missing, and what is the path that moves them fastest. So I tend to avoid the language of learning loss. The things that we have done, we have been, I think, very flexible since 2020. Routine inspection was suspended for 18 months. So normally we are a high autonomy, high accountability country. I should say I'm talking about England. Britain has devolved education, and I am only chief inspector in England. So routine inspection was suspended for 18 months. We have this high autonomy, high accountability model where we make and publish reports with judgments which have significant consequences. So during COVID, for the first school year up to July 2020, we were not inspecting, we were doing other kinds of support work. Then we started to go back into schools to do what we called COVID visits, which were very gentle visits to give people the opportunity to talk through all the challenges they were facing. And it was a very lonely time because the public health restrictions meant almost nobody who didn't work in a school was going into a school. And also, even within a school, people were forced through social distancing and bubbles to work much more separately from each other than usual. So it was a genuinely lonely time. And we worked to provide very rapid readouts. We published a summary every month of what we were seeing, what was proving straightforward, what was proving difficult, and we were also started producing thematic work. I think in very early 2021, we published a report on remote education, sort of drawing together the evidence and the techniques and what we were seeing in schools to provide something as practical a support guide for schools as we could. We have a number of pieces of work running. We've published on attendance and techniques for helping families get children back into school. Sometimes it's about child anxiety, sometimes about family anxiety. But I'm hearing that significant attendance problems in many countries. Looking at the take-up of tutoring, again, we are looking at how tutoring is translating in practice. Are the policy ambitions being achieved? What we see happening in practice is perhaps diverging a little from what people expected. We aren't yet in a position to publish our interim report, but that will be coming quite soon. I think the professional dialogue that we've been able to have through having inspectors out and in schools for all but the relatively short periods of time when it was simply not possible within the public health guidance to do that has been invaluable. I've talked to some inspectorates elsewhere that haven't been going in physically, that may have been doing some remote inspecting, but haven't been visiting, seeing on the ground what's been happening. I think it's helped to keep us connected to the real everyday challenges in a very long period that everything became more about COVID management. The very last point I will make is that that this balance between devolving to the individual school and providing strong central guidance. I think we have seen in England at least very strong public health guidance, almost sort of taking control of the education system. Much of the ministry role in the first few months or throughout was about translating public health guidance into something workable for schools and education. A huge proportion of effort went into that. Another very big chunk went into getting devices to as many children as possible with very high success rate. But those two tracks, I would say, absorbed an enormous proportion of time, whereas deciding what to teach and how to teach was left much more to schools to work out for themselves, with various support mechanisms. But I think we were one of those support mechanisms that helped through the visits, but also through what we published to give that clarity.
Thank you. So we learned that the inspection function worked as a replacement for connection, for collaboration, for interaction. This was very, very supportive while the pandemics are there and schools were closed. So this was great for in the benefit of the teachers. Now, because we are working in this global environment and we can benefit from learning in many different contexts, I go to Denmark to see another team, another culture, another context. And I have a question for you. In the case of Denmark, the experience has been better, as in other countries. So short closure of schools, good support for teachers and students, no learning loss. What exactly has been done to minimize the learning loss in Denmark?
So I must admit to being ever so slightly upstaged, given that Rafael turned Denmark into the example, because I think the first thing I'm going to say is that, you know, how you manage in times of crisis probably reflects how you're doing in normal times. So even though I work in the Ministry of Education, I don't think that we did something brilliant. I think there are some structural factors in how Danish education work and how Danish society in general work that are probably very important in determining our level of learning deficit, as we also prefer calling it. Learning deficit or learning gap is sort of the English translation of the Danish term. So firstly, I think in general, Denmark had a relatively mild COVID experience. I mean, given that we all work from home for so long and many people were affected in many ways, it's not appropriate saying that it was mild, but I think it was milder than in many other countries. I mean, we had a very early lockdown and very hard lockdown, and we had many, but we were able to opening up schools as well relatively soon due to, let's say, national health policy that seemed to work with mass testing and a very successful vaccination rollout and a high vaccination uptake. I mean, everyone in Denmark almost that were offered vaccinations took them. And of course, that helped a lot because it made the choice of opening up schools relatively early easier for politicians. I mean, reflecting on this, the revealed preferences of schools relative to the rest of society, of course, opening up decisions are much easier to make for politicians when they are facing a less severe health crisis. So I think that's a very important thing. Also, you know, given that sort of a relatively low excess death and relatively low economic situation in Denmark, I mean, many families weren't losing their jobs due to COVID. We had social protections in place so that basically the Danish labor market were put into deep freeze during COVID. So the state took over paying a lot of salaries, almost at least in the private sector. So children didn't experience parents losing their jobs. Children didn't experience relatives losing their jobs, and they, to a less extent than many other places, experienced no severe illness in their families. And since both their home conditions, economic, health-wise, we all know that these things impact learning in a major way. So since these things probably turned out better in Denmark than in many other places, of course, that reflects also what happens with our learning deficits. I mean, there are lots of things that aren't really about educational management of COVID that probably played into it. One thing that is a bit more education policy related, I think, is the level of digitalization in Denmark. It's also something that Rafael already said, but even prior to COVID, I mean, there were a lot of IT infrastructure in place in Danish schools, and in some international assessments done prior to COVID, up to 95% of Danish teachers reported feeling comfortable working with IT tools in school. So of course, when they answered these things, they didn't imagine all distance teaching, But I think it would be fair to say that there were at least some of the foundations for moving on to online teaching were in place. And of course, that made it easier to lose less time once it got going. So a lot of these things were basically choices that were made with no regard for COVID. Helped us probably steer through it as good as possible. I mean, that's also the definition of resilience, right? It's having a system where you don't need to make saves in the last minute because you have basic functions in place that will help you get through crisis. Yeah.
So what you say is that the system was already resilient. So the system was prepared before even the crisis showed up. So we still face two challenges. And as you could say, that is not only education. It's together with social protection, together with employment, together with many other sectors or health sector. So we have the two challenges that we have are keeping education a priority among all these, competing with all these crises that are around, starting with the new war. And then second is related to data reliability and availability in different countries to make comparable cases. So in here, I bring Nuno. In case of Portugal, how important is the measurement to determine and address learning deficit, as we call it right now? And what lessons can we learn?
Thank you very much. Before that, let me thank you for inviting me to be here and thank your team and Harry and everybody for the extraordinary work you have been doing in terms of putting up the evidence and consolidating the evidence and showing to the world that this is really a crisis in education. And I think this is very important because there are still people at high levels who don't believe and say, okay, we'll recover, we'll get back to usual and so on. And I don't believe that's true, unfortunately. So to give a short answer to your question is, we don't know because we don't have reliable measurement, unfortunately. And that's something that we should have. And we should compare things some way. We should keep in mind that before COVID, we already were having a crisis in terms of education. Rafael showed 30% or 33% for ECA. We know that for Europe, 20%, for the United States, 20%. We know for other countries, which I'm not going to, to say the names, it's 50%, 60%. And we have this data from 2017 about the learning deficit. Before you created with UNESCO the idea of learning poverty, we were talking about 58, 56% of people with extreme difficulties in reading, extreme difficulties in basic arithmetic. Now UNESCO is saying that maybe this has risen to 70%, which is really incredible in terms of the world. But we always, for people in Europe, we are very Eurocentric in a way. So we think, okay, this is at large, the world at large. We are okay. No, we are not okay. 20% of people having students, a 15-year-old now in PISA, having extreme difficulties understanding a text, that's very serious. And that's very serious before the crisis. So what's going to happen next? We need to know, and we shouldn't wait for PISA. So we are going to get PISA in about 1 year. We'll see the results, but we should see how things go in different countries. And everything is indicating that we have very serious losses. I'm afraid of saying this word, but well, comparing with the past, they are serious compared with the past. They are asymmetric, which is something that is also very important because we have, from the poor backgrounds, they are suffering more. It could be different, but no, they are suffering more. So we could think it was different. No, it's not different. And there is a third point that I would like to make that people usually don't, it's a risk that people usually don't discuss, is the risk of having a disruption in education in terms of in following terms. We are getting back to usual? No, we are not, because the curriculum have been simplified, because testing has been abolished in some countries, because testing has been simplified, because exams have been abolished in some other countries, because teachers no longer know exactly what they should teach. So curriculum, what's going to happen in the next 5 years, let's say? And that's very important because we, of course, are trying to get back, but this is not like we shut down the system and then we resume the way we were. No, we are not going to resume at the way we were at, and that can be very, very serious. Someone talked about teachers being idle is kind of a strong word, but teachers not being, in Brazil, right, not being practicing as they were. And so this is serious. Now, the only way is that sentence or that phrase, build back better. So that's hope that we can do that. But we have lots of obstacles for that. First obstacle is assessment. We can't build back better if we don't know where we are and if we don't follow the way we are progressing or regressing. If we don't follow it, there is no way of building back better. The second obstacle is the references, because in some countries we are losing the curriculum as a criterion for assessment. In other countries, we don't have a comparison, so we could have different types of comparison. We could compare with the norm, so with the normal. We could compare students among themselves with the past and so on. We could compare criterion-based with the curriculum, and we are losing that. So that's an obstacle. We should concentrate on trying to bypass this problem. The third obstacle has been discussed here is we should concentrate on fundamentals. If we just disperse ourselves, we won't solve the problem. We should concentrate on fundamentals. And we have many things, but we should take them as a whole. For instance, we are talking about the well-being of students. We can't take well-being as a separate thing. We have the psychologists for well-being and we have math teachers for mathematics. No, we have to develop the well-being of students as they progress through learning. As Maciej was saying, they were happy when they were learning. If we are just making everybody happy without learning, that's not a solution. So we should take everything together in this point. Now, this fourth obstacle, I think it's slowness. I think there is a risk in this discussion. We should really pay attention to not words, but to the concepts. When we are talking about remediate, what do we mean by this? There is some research that is showing that instead of remediation in terms of, well, let's just go back and explain things that haven't been explained before, instead of doing that, we should what is called acceleration. So we should accelerate. What does that mean, accelerate? Is to keep in mind the curriculum, keep curriculum in mind, and go back to things as they are needed for progressing in the curriculum. Every teacher knows that if they stop classes and they review the material, we don't progress. Because students say, oh yeah, I've seen that. That's so-called the illusion of knowledge. No, I've seen that. So we spend weeks doing revisions. No, that's not the way to go. The way to go is to keep a curriculum in mind and remediate in terms of going back to things that are needed for different students. And the other thing in which we have to be careful about is the idea of individualization. I think this can be interpreted in a very negative way, because if we individualize in terms of we go to whatever a particular student needs and we lose the curriculum, if we lose the goals and we just say, oh, I'm teaching at your level, I'm teaching at your level, I'm teaching at your level, that's not possible. First thing, this is not possible. Second thing, this could amount to just bend to the student's level, and we should make students progress. And the way to do it, so the individualization and remediation are terms that are in a way dangerous. So we should not discuss words, but we should think about the concept. The remediation should mean helping students to reach a certain level. We couldn't forget the level. And the individualization maybe should take a different, individualization should be thought of, or the positive aspect, it would be support students that have trouble. That's the point. It's not to go at each one level. It's if these students have difficulties, we should support them. And for them, we should have we should have tutoring, small groups tutoring, all these type of things that we know they work, but not having tutoring for everybody to be at everybody's level. So just keep track of the words. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for different options that you gave us and about explaining how many obstacles we still have. And these obstacles, we had it before. So we had a learning crisis before pandemic and also a skills crisis that amplified for the vulnerable ones. And this is maybe where an individualized program would work for those that are at high risk, but is not probably a general situation, as you already said. So assessment, monitor progress, and go to fundamentals. Key three things. Now, in France, Thierry. In the first year, you had some learning loss, then you measured a lot, provided support for teachers and students, and there is a little learning loss after 2 years. So what data measurement revealed about the learning loss in France?
Thank you very much. And thank you for the organizer to make this happen, because I think it's a great opportunity to be in person also and to be able to exchange about this with a little of perspective. Have some steps and be a bit far away from the crisis now, and to have the cool mind in to come back on what happened. But just to remind first that in France, we had, I think, one of the shortest period of school closure. It was only 2 months, from about mid-March to mid-May. So I think we can feel very privileged, I mean, in France, and very lucky to, and not only lucky because there was a lot of effort on the education system and also on the policy level, a decision that was not easy to maintain, let's say, because there were a huge debate. But at the end of the day, it was only 2 months in 2020. So that's something to have in mind when I will then talk about the learning loss in France, because compared to the figures we just saw before, I mean, it's nothing comparable with other countries, of course. Just to say that in the statistical department, what we did is that it's a bit a paradox, because we gather a lot of data, but in the figures from ERI, there is no data for France. But it's a bit our fault. It's not your fault. It's our fault because we didn't provide you, I think, some, but I will come back on that. Why is there no data on learning loss? First, I think because it's difficult, we realize that it's difficult to globalize, because what we did as statisticians, we did many surveys, like 100,000 stakeholders, parents, teachers, etc., in May 2020 to ask about the continuity in terms of pedagogy, etc. That's the first tool we used, and then we used an existing tool, which are the national assessments, which take place every beginning of the year in September, since 4 or 5 years, depending, grade 1, 2, and 6. 800,000 students per year. So that means here it's a gold mine to at least compare from, for example, 2018, 2019, then 2020, 2021, to see even cross-sectionally, but also we also have, during grade 1, a middle year assessment in January. So it's even more robust because we can compare January to September in different cohorts. So that means there's a lot of data showing. But the interesting thing is that they show very different pictures, depending on the grade you are, depending on the subjects you're addressing. So I can say, okay, it's like maybe in average it's 15 standard deviation, possibly. But in fact, if you look at it, it's very difficult to conclude to something stable when you look at different grades and topics. Just to give you an example, the pupils from the most severe learning loss, but I will come back on that. I don't like as well the word loss, but was during grade 1, because it's early learning in reading, in math, etc. And that's typically on the typical technical things that we observe the biggest decline in performance. For example, writing, some syllabus, or phonological awareness, these kind of things. Then parents doing this kind of, for parents, it was not easy to follow, and they said that in our survey. It was not easy for them to follow on these things, typical things. But if you go to grade 5, then doing some math and some grammar or these kind of things was much more easier for them. So then we observe, we have no of course, evidence that is directly linked, but it's a strong assumption that it's potentially linked. So if you look at the different subjects, not the same story. If you look also at the dynamic is not the same according different grades. For example, that's why I don't like very much the term loss, because it's a bit like if you lose your wallet in a train or if you lose money at the casino. But I think we have to take care, pay attention that it's a process. Learning is a process. It's not a quantity that we may lose or gain at some point or another. And then it's a process, and we observe, for example, a very speed recovery from early grade 1. So they went out of kindergarten with pre-math, pre-reading. So there was a slight learning loss compared to between 2 years, cross-sectional, like a few points of maybe in average, maybe 4 or 5% of standard deviation. But then it was fully recovered at the early grade 2 for these kids. That means during the year of grade 1, we know that by surveying the teachers, school directors, they knew about the potential effect of the crisis, and then they put a strong emphasis, especially on basics, of course. So we have to keep in mind the dynamics, and then maybe at some points there will be a generation with some learning loss, so-called, but then in 1 year or 2 they will recover. So we need instruments to show that. And we can have also some other things. We talk about loss, but we also observe positive effect in grade 6. When entering grade 6, the students had better results in 2020 than in 2019. And not, in a significant way, something like 10% standard deviation. So why is that? It's not, again, I don't have the full explanation for sure, but first we were in an increasing trend already for 2 years. So that could explain, that means it didn't break this trend. Then the other assumption we have is that the teachers, when there were the lockdown and school closures, they said that in the survey, they put a strong emphasis, again, on basics, French, math. And what do we assess early grades is? French and math. And we don't assess it, so we don't know. We are blind a bit on as it was said earlier, on foreign language or social emotional skills, etc. So then you can see the picture was very different according to grade, topics, and time. So I can provide numbers to Harry to complete the graph, but I think it may be a bit puzzling, but let's see, we can discuss that.
So Thierry, you gave us great hope. You know, sometimes you see Denmark, France, Portugal, UK. These are better prepared systems than we might experience in Romania or Bulgaria or other countries that were not prepared for this crisis. And sometimes this learning loss might exist because maybe you had the teachers that were prepared, maybe you have the system that supported somehow these good results. Okay, so we would have now a quick questions to all of you. In fact, not much changed as a vision for education system. We are still looking to empower all children to reach their full potential. This is our vision, and this is not something changed. And you already said that pandemic only amplified some things, but in reality, we didn't change that much. So the obstacles that we had previously, they are amplified, but are the same obstacles. So now, building resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity, creating resistance to shocks. It is a necessary feature for coping with inevitable obstacles and one of the key ingredients to success. So we need to build this resilient system. What are the key ingredients to build resilience in the education system? So please, in few words, just pass the mic from Amanda to Thierry, and let's look at these ingredients.
Okay, I very much endorse the point that's been made that the same things apply post-COVID as pre. We know what we need to do. Just very quickly, coming out of our work, the schools that have handled things best and are most strongly prepared for the future are the ones which have that clarity about the curriculum, about the knowledge and skills that children need to acquire and the sequence in which they need to acquire them. They can assess better, they can adapt the curriculum better. That's always been true. It's even more true. It's been shown to be even more true. And of course, we understand even more the importance of schools as physical institutions. All the problems we've been seeing about show us that digital tools can be tremendously powerful supplements and help, but nothing replaces that face-to-face, in-person interaction with the teacher. Secondly, the importance of concentrating on the classroom. Most catch-up, most learning happens there. So all the things that we can build around need to support the classroom, need to support the teacher in that classroom. So the right flexible support for teachers and keeping the external supports in place. One of the reasons I think things have come out worse than perhaps they needed to is because so many of the external services, things like speech and language therapy, things like many of the mental health services, got turned off or redirected to COVID work of various kinds elsewhere. Without those, the job of teachers became much harder. So it's really important to make sure that those are strong. Then minimising divergence. Effective early intervention for children who are achieving poorly for whatever reason. That makes the job of the classroom teacher more manageable, and it minimises the drift, the gaps that widen further when there's any kind of disruption. And lastly, parental engagement. Some of the most interesting work for me that we did is because we also look at early years. All the COVID and recovery reports that we've done have covered early years as well. And the great problems we've seen there have been in the delays in the development of children's language and communication, the development of social interaction, skills of all kinds. And of course, for many children, they haven't had the same routines that help give shape and structure to their lives. And finally, I touched on before, but the loss of the thinking about regular everyday school attendance as part of that sort of social contract, reinforcing all of those things with parents and helping them help their children also improve system resilience. I'd better stop there because everybody needs time to talk.
Yeah, thank you. I think I would probably endorse everything Amanda just said as to which factors are important, but just rather than doing that, I'm going to say something else. But so one thing I think we can take from our COVID experience is that it's really important to make the right decisions at the right level. I mean, it was touched upon also in the previous panel that sort of decisions on how, like you said it as well, on how to teach and how to organize teaching, that's best done probably at school, sometimes even by the teacher. Some decisions should be made by local governments and some decisions should be made centrally. But you should make sure that the right capacities are in place at the right levels in order to make those decisions, right? That's sort of the answer to what they talk about in the last panel. Whether is centralized system best or autonomous systems best, it's probably a mix, but at least, you know, the best central government in the world can't make decisions on how to organize teaching because that's necessarily a local decision. And at the same time, you know, if you want some, let's say some floor under quality and some regularity and some standardization, which generally we probably want, you know, even the greatest local governments can't ensure that on their own. You need something happening on the central level. So I think, you know, that's really the thing, you know, thinking about which decisions should you care about as a Ministry of Education and which decisions are better left at the local level or even at the classroom level, right? Sometimes head teachers should also know what to lead to their teachers. And how do we ensure that the capacities are there? How do we make sure that local governments have a size large enough to have all the relevant support systems, you know, all the pedagogical help, all the intervention for dyslexia, you know, you need local governments that are big enough for handling those things because they're very hard to handle from the capital city. Yeah, and at the same time, how do you make sure you have something that is common in your country, since education is also about making sure that we all kids learn more or less the same things, or at least learn some of the same things. Yeah.
Please, Nino.
Maybe we gained something. Well, I think I'm not being ironic. I think one of the things that we gained is we understand that online teaching is not the future. I think that's already something, because before the pandemic, I know that everybody was discussing we should go Netflix for schools. Schools go Netflix and things like that. We were discussing that, and it's proving it's not, it doesn't work. Now, the second thing, of course, these tools are very important because we are having this conference here. We are so pleased to be face to face, but we are pleased also that some people are following us and can follow us remotely. So and this is very good also for schools. And I think that our schools can come better out of this because they have these tools, and teachers can answer questions by email or by Teams or whatever. Students can follow their students better in some things and so on. Now, so this may have positive effects. Now, what's a real resilient system? I have to repeat myself, but it's a system that has goals, equal curriculum, goals, because if we don't have goals, we don't know what we are doing. So clear goals, what Amanda was saying is that to have clear curriculum, well-structured, sequential, and this is really demanding. These characteristics of a good curriculum are very important. We have, well, it's very interesting that you have this experience in England because you have a very decentralized system, and curriculum is somehow created by each school or each school group. So if you have data about this, that would be great for us to reflect about these things. Second thing, so curriculum. Second thing, assessment. So it's always the same thing. We need to know what we want to do, and we need to know whether we are approaching that goal or not. And that's assessment. So it's very simple, but it's very efficient and it's very necessary. Now, we have a couple of other things in the background of, obviously, well, the first thing, maybe it's the degree of autonomy that schools have. And we noticed something in Portugal. This is not solid evidence, but it's evidence from some studies and some surveys, is that the schools that were more autonomous in answering the crisis were those that answered better the crisis. Because some schools didn't stop teaching. So there are amazing examples of schools that one day the school was closed, next day they start teaching online. This is amazing for the first wave. So, and these schools were the ones that had more autonomy. And finally, but this autonomy has to be weighted by assessment. So autonomy, but with goals and seeing what we are doing. So schools have to have a measure for their efficiency. And finally, teachers, because teachers, when they are prepared, when they know well their job, when they have some experience, they can care better about their students and they can work better. And in this regard, I think we are facing a crisis in Europe now because this generation of teachers is retiring fast. It's not only in Portugal or England, I think it's everywhere, maybe in France also, is retiring, and who is coming? So we should have teachers as well prepared as these, or even better if possible. So this is a major problem in 5-10 years. We won't be resilient if we have just teachers coming in the middle of the crisis.
Well, we were quite afraid in France when the crisis appeared because of the survey like TALIS or ICLS from the IEA regarding the digital skills or behavior or perception of our teachers. In France, teachers, in very brief, I mean, they don't use so much digital tools, not really often. They don't see the usefulness or the appropriateness for the kids, and they are not very well trained, even though they ask for training. But it's a paradox. So there was a lack of knowledge on digital education before the crisis. So we are quite afraid. But at the end of the day, as I said, there was a resistance. But at the end of the day, as it was 2 months, then we can hope that maybe there is a raise in regarding the digital education as a digital tools, digital pedagogy as as important areas. There are more and more trainings, so that's something we may maybe rely on in the future. Even though I was very sensitive to Maciej, what he was saying, but it's not only about setting up a Skype session and much more than that, and that should rely, I fully agree, on evidence, how to teach in an efficient way with digital tools, which is, I think we are still a bit far away from that, at least in teacher training. But for me, so it was said before, so I just add on that in the French context. But I just wanted to add a positive thing. Sorry, I'm positive-minded, oriented. But it's about what we also observe in our surveys. We ask also for what did it bring in some positive way, because in every negative thing you can maybe find some positive aspects. And one thing, there are several, but one thing that I thought was very interesting, and as a parent I experienced that as well, is the relationship between families and school. We are much closer. In fact, during the crisis, then families and schools, they even talked more than before. So that was perceived as something very good, to strengthen a bit the community, the education community, because parents they realize they are more than involved in education, especially during the crisis. So that was for me. I retained this point. I'm not sure it lasted after the crisis, but that's something quite interesting for me to take away.
So to wrap it up before the opening to questions, we need more clarity, so clear goals, curriculum and assessment. We need coordination, right decision at the right level. We need schools that are autonomous and accountable. We need prepared teachers. And it is true that we need to invest more in preparing the new generation. We need collaboration with families and parents and communities and authorities. And we need digital tools to support the system, not to be the main vehicle. So we are open now to other questions. And thank you for really great discussion.
Do we have questions here? Okay.
Thanks. So I would like to hear from your experience, what was the main determinant behind the decision of France to open after 2 months? Were you seeing this as a responsible politician analyzing the evidence and saying, look, I think we should reopen, or maybe they have a sense of what the median French voter is thinking about school closures and they were opposing to it? Or what was your, because you said it very well, you and also in Denmark, you were taking a risk, right? You were taking a risk by reopening schools that could have gone wrong, right? And that came at a significant political cost. Now it turned out that later on the evidence was supporting you and you did the right thing. But I want to learn more about what's behind this. And second, just to push back a bit on Nuno's claim that we shouldn't think about individualizing the learning experience. I think that's not at odds with having common curriculum. It's just, and maybe because I come from a very unequal society, I think that we have to take into account that the degree of heterogeneity, it's impossible to individualize learning using human beings, but we can complement the conventional instruction with some AI technology, which is what's behind this computer-assisted learning, where the first step is actually what you mentioned. The first step on this teaching at the right level is standardized testing, placing me in a level, particularly in math, and then taking me at my own pace, because there is a very strong assumption in this technology that happens in school. The assumption is that if you're in 4th grade, you already know everything you ought to know in the first years of your life. And the other assumption is that while the teacher is speaking, all of the students, or the majority of them, will be able to follow the instruction and learn.
Regarding the debate on the school closure, I think I was not directly involved at the top level of the government on this discussion, but of course there was a big debate, and especially between the health ministry, or the medicine part, let's say, and the Ministry of Education. Not necessarily to say that the health ministry was really to close longer, etc. But there was a debate, and the balance was not easy. And then there was at some point a very high-level policy decision to say schools are more important. We are, as you said, we were in total uncertainty about the effect on the health by opening or closing. So it was at the end of the day a policy decision. Then all the teachers, globally, they were not against. I mean, some of them, of course, they were scared to come back to schools, and we had some problems, but it was, a minority problems. So then if you have the education community with you, then saying that school is more important since we don't have evidence, that was a bit, it was accepted. And the parents, of course, when you are, of course, some of you have young kids, or at that time at least, so that's, this kind of, I think all the convergence was there. I don't know how to, we will have to ask some policy specialists in France to dig more, but maybe in 1 year or two once it's getting cold, but that's my view now that I can tell you.
Amanda, can you add?
Yes, thank you. To your first point, like Thierry, I wasn't part of the main discussions about closing and reopening schools, but I think it reflected the balance of power between public health and everything else in government at the relevant time. And I think in most countries, public health became an overwhelming priority, and weighing up all the different pieces was clearly very, very difficult to do when there was such a crisis. But I really wanted to come on to your other point. The thing that really stands out from this actually is with channeling pretty much the entire education system into remote teaching, into every digital technique we know how to marshal at the moment. Children still learnt on average between a quarter and a third of what they normally would have done in the same time. How much less effective it was, and brings us back to this sort of tremendous power of teachers in person to motivate children and make them want to learn things that they don't know they want to learn. And which is why there is great value in well-adapted digital programs, but it still appears that they are best deployed as support programs, not as the main teaching vehicle. So I think it's very important that we don't atomize that concept of the classroom and the teacher, and that we use programs like this intelligently to supplement and support. There are always a small number of people. Many of the sort of tech billionaires you can see are the kind of people who you gave them a well-designed self-study system, they would have rocketed through, and they would have been exactly the same persons almost however you'd educated them. But most children, who hasn't seen and heard so many stories of children, even in advantaged households with the tech, the remote learning being delivered well, but slumped in their beds, unable to get up, unable to engage. There's a substantial proportion of children who we must make sure we have good interaction with.
We have 5 more questions and we almost don't have time. Just, please.
Yes, you should, and then we...
Specific and...
A short comment to Amanda's. We didn't have the ideal online teaching. So let's say we could do much better if we were designing everything for that. But even doing much better, it wouldn't be as good as in face-to-face teaching. And so the point made by Maciej, I think it's a very important one, because people think it's a technical thing. No, it's not a technical thing. It's to think about how we transmit knowledge, how we develop skills, and so on. And that's very different to do online and to do in person, not in the general principles, but we have to be shorter, we have to take advantage of things. To online teaching is not just having someone lecture there and doing normal exercises, showing videos, is having breaks, having a short assessment, having a short quiz, going back, all these type of things that we are not prepared and need really a design. It's something that the school will have difficulty, will need to have support from great, good publishers, good authors, and so on, to be able to do that. Now, their own pace, I think, well, let me try to be clear about this. I don't know about Mexico. It's a huge country and very unequal, I think. Now, think about Portugal, think about Poland, think about countries that are of a smaller size and are more homogeneous. It's a different story. And thinking about these countries, the idea is, if we just yield to individualized teaching at their own pace would be very slow. So we need to have goals. If we don't have goals, we won't do it. So what I would say is this in general. Now, Mexico, again, could be slightly different. That's why we have regions and you have different types of things. But even so, I think that the general principle is the same. General principle is we support teachers we support students who have more trouble than others to reaching their goals. And we put extra effort in those students. But the goals should be the same. So that's why I think it's kind of risky to talk about their own pace. Because if I'm doing something at my own pace, I'm not very efficient, even as adults. Yeah.
More questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am probably the only one that is not an education expert in the room, so I should apologize up front. I will make a very brief question/comment. I take it from a lay person, so again, apologies in advance. In-person learning, obviously much better than online learning. I think it is one of the conclusions that was very well reflected by the panel, by for sure previous speakers, a big lesson from the crisis that we were living through during the last couple of years. But we cannot exclude that a new crisis would loom in the future, even in the near future. Are we prepared for that? Or we are essentially betting on no new crisis and we will come back to life as usual, on-person learning, and we will then reassess again what would need to be done if we would anticipate the crisis? Are there recommendations in the making, global-wise, United Nations, European-related or individualized countries, with specific recommendations for what we need to do in the case a new crisis strikes?
Like lightning, but I think we've learned a lot about the curriculum, the resources, the teaching models, the platforms. I think there's a great deal that we should capture and make sure we don't lose, that will improve that will use digital methods well to improve our resilience for the future.
Yeah, agreeing with that, but also thinking that in a sense, education has to be optimistic in a way. I don't think we should, of course, we should draw on all we've learned and have that in mind should we ever need it again. But also we should try and make, let's say, the best education system we can for normal times, not discounting, not, let's say, being so pessimistic that we build into our present some bad future and make decisions, with that in mind. Well, of course, one should be prepared, but one should also try and have the best education system at a given point, not being afraid of, because even if we wanted to, we're probably going to misunderstand what the next crisis will look like. I mean, the next pandemic, I think it's not the job of education experts to make sure. It's the job of national health authorities and to do their utmost to, prevent this happening again. But I'm sure there will probably be other crises, but we don't know how they look like. So we should just, make education systems resilient in order to handle things we don't know now what will look like.
And also digital changed our behavior, changed the way we work, changed the way we learn, changed also the way we shop. So digital is blended somehow into our future and into our life, disregarding we like it or not.
Just a quick comment. One thing which might affect all this, how countries actually dealt with all these issues is also the level of vaccination among students and teachers, right? I mean, it just came to me when you were talking about France, that French teachers were, let's say, forced, right, to vaccinate. Okay, they were happy to do that. Anyhow, it was very different from other countries. So that's one comment. But another one is when we talk about in some countries there is no gap. But it also shows, in a way, how ineffective are our systems. I'm working with international assessment data for 20 years. One of the most striking lack of correlation for me in this data is lack of correlation between results and the number of teaching hours. In some countries, you spend 50% more time in teaching mathematics, and there is no correlation. It just shows that, for example, you gave this, it's after the pandemic when schools reopened in Denmark and France, that people have motivation and focused on the most important things in curriculum, and they were able to close the gap. In a sense, I'm sorry, ironically, it shows that we could do much better in schools. I mean, if you would do normally in such a mode and with such support, we could actually close the gaps Nuno was mentioning and Rafa before, right? That we have 1/3 of students not achieving basic arithmetics after leaving the school, right? Thank you.
It's really a very important thing. And I'm going to do propaganda about a book we wrote about this, which is called Improving a Country's Education. And Hanushek has a chapter there. And he shows that in the United States, they put more money and more money and more money. So the money in education quadrupled, and the results are the same. Because many times we have these programs where we say, oh, let's give more time to math, let's give more time to this, let's spend more hours in school. And the programs are not well designed. So the teacher could go there and teach in 5 hours what he or she were used to teach in 2 hours before. So again, curriculum and assessment. Again, it's the same thing.
Thank you. So Tigran, are we having, Harry?
Yeah, I just have a comment for Terry. Just want to assure you that yes, I do have France in my paper, and particularly because the evidence is there, but also the point I want to make is that France continued to measure throughout the pandemic, but most countries did not and are not measuring. Most of the countries represented in this room are not World Bank clients. Most of our World Bank clients are not measuring during the pandemic, or they're not disclosing. I don't know which one it is in every case. But it goes to then Nuno's point and all of your points, and that what do you do about something if you don't know what the problem is? And people lamented the teachers, the impact on teachers, their conditions, their ability to teach. I mean, think if it was hard for teachers before the pandemic to teach, given the distribution of learning needs in the classroom. Now that the distribution is wider, so it's the job of the teacher is more difficult now than it was before, and at least for World Bank clients, most are not increasing resources. So they're going to teach more children, wider distribution, with significant learning gaps, and with less resources. So it's not really a formula for success, and we're not going to give them information on learning outcomes, they'll have to figure that out themselves. So very difficult. So one plea for you, Terry, because this is coming from France and you've been doing this continuously. Please raise your voice in international fora on the need to keep measuring, to keep the information flowing, and how can we help other countries to take this on board and to take it forward. Thanks.
Thanks, and just to come back to Nuno's comment, I mean, in France there was quite a strong policy regarding assessment these past 5 years. So we developed a lot of national assessment, and then it was strengthened. It was not, as you may know, as a former minister, these kind of things are not very well accepted necessarily. You may have some troubles with some unions or whatever, but it was and everybody, and not only unions. And then, but at the end of the day, I think it showed during the crisis also the importance to have these tools. So I think that's something we'll see in the future, but I think it strengthened this kind of approach on evidence-based measurement, etc., indicators, thanks to the crisis, let's say. So that's something we'll get in touch on the future results for sure.
More questions?
May I just add a short remark? Just thinking about how we need information, we should also think about which kind of information we need, because at least for the national policy dialogue in Denmark and for our national diagnostics of what's really going on, I mean, of course, we need this large-scale international assessments that will tell us how are we doing, where are we going, but sort of more localized, survey-based, asking teachers, what are you doing in your classrooms? How's it going with math, with English, with Danish? All this kind of more stuff that aren't comparable from country to country, but will tell us enormously much more rich details about Denmark. It's actually, I think we've used that way more, to be honest, than our national assessment data. So just, you know, we spend all the time talking about one kind of information, and that's important, no doubt about it. But I mean, much of what we actually use in planning our own work and planning reforms and recommending things are actually different kind of data sources that shouldn't be forgotten.
It's very important because when we talk about assessment, we think about PISA or think about national high-stakes exams and so on, but it's a system. And everything works together. So we need high-stakes assessment in order to introduce some type of motivation and more morality to the system. But it's not every year, of course. We need low-stakes assessment to know all these types of things. We need formative assessment in the classroom. We need in-school assessment. And if we don't have this system where each piece tries to align with the national piece and so on, things don't work. So this is really a great point because we usually elude the question. Thank you.
And to add to that, getting the balance between the needs of policymakers and the needs of teachers is really important. Both matter, and we have to make sure that we don't accidentally do so much, for example, so much national testing that it drives out what teachers need or vice versa.
Yes, I suggest we respect people who are connected. And there is actually one question, and it's not from education perspective, but about the balance between the negative effects of digital material on health of children, especially small children, and the necessity of digital education from early grade to university. So how do we balance that? Is a question from the audience. Anything?
Well, I can offer a comment. I mean, of course, it's a balance, and at least in Denmark, there's been a lot about talk about, especially in digital reading, how does reading on a screen change the way? How does reading on a screen change the way children learn how to read? And I think our national experience basically is that we were a lot better at getting devices and broadband connections into classes than we were about thinking about how should we actually use these things for teaching. So, I mean, that's definitely a thing. You know, infrastructure probably comes before thinking about what to do with the infrastructure, and that's probably unfortunate. And then as for, you know, the
I'm not sure that we have a research base telling us, with any extreme high degree of certainty that digital devices hurt children. I mean, I'm sure, one shouldn't be glued to a screen all day. Getting outside is healthy. It's healthy reading books. But at least I haven't seen the really good peer-reviewed systematic reviews showing, full stop, that digital devices are bad for mental health. I mean, like everything in society, all technologies affect how we are. And some people probably have bad experiences going online, but some people also have good experiences going online. So I think that's the first balance to strike is, being realistic about a new technology.
Okay, colleagues, thank you so much. That was very fruitful. We will have a really, really short break and we'll be back here in 5 minutes, okay? We are now in the closing session. And I would like to turn to Lenora True, the chair of the concluding panel. Lenora is a journalist and author of the award-winning Little Soldier, a narrative account of China's education system. Lenora is now based in Berlin, where she covers education, politics, and culture for the non-profit news organization Christian Science Monitor. Lenora, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jurajda.
There we go. To briefly summarize our events of the afternoon, we heard in our first panel about learning recovery, how various countries are approaching the problem of learning losses during the COVID pandemic. Marginalized students in particular were out of school for a very long time. They're at permanent risk of dropping out. We discussed several solutions, varying from very expensive to more practical. Then we heard in our panel on resilient education systems that we need to build school systems that are resistant to shocks, such as the global pandemic, involving things such as having clarity about curriculum, supporting schools as physical institutions. We discussed evidence that online teaching is not the future and perhaps is best used as a support system rather than a substitute for in-person learning. And now here to kick off our last panel, we are to discuss a call to action. Now, what are we to do next in addressing the learning losses following the COVID pandemic? To help us discuss, we have on my far left, Daniel Münich. He's a professor at IDEA. Then we have Gunda Tire, Head of International Assessments, Education and Youth in Estonia. And then last but not least, Patrinos, who is responsible for gathering us all together, Practice Manager of Education at the World Bank. Now, let me first briefly introduce this three-pronged call to action, then I'll kick it over to Harry, who is the one who conceived of this call. But number one of the call to action is that we must measure learning outcomes. We must have good quality assessments from which to work with. Number two, to recover from the learning losses, these recovery strategies must be evidence-based and they must be adequately financed, of course. And number three of the call to action is that there is opportunity here. With the great disruption that the pandemic has brought to us, we see an opportunity to build more effective, more equitable, and resilient education systems. So what do we do next? Harry, would you like to make some brief remarks?
Thank you, Lenora. And let me comment on two things. One is on the first part of the call to action on the necessity of measuring learning outcomes. I think many people made this point already today, and the previous session also gave evidence about why this is important, and also some guidance on how to do it. I think this has become quite evident through the pandemic that measurement is key. It's key for letting us know what happened. It's key for giving us information on what to do, and I'll give a couple of examples there. But also, and perhaps most importantly, it points to the future. And I think the recovery, the learning recovery plans, tutoring, or whatever approach is taken to address learning needs has to start with some sort of assessment of where students are. A couple of areas where the context on learning outcomes would help is to make the case globally for taking action on education. If I look at what happened on the health front, as soon as we knew the pandemic was spreading, the health action was immediate in terms of the public health warnings, the advice, the research, the actions. It was pretty clear. I think someone said earlier that in the first wave of the pandemic, we didn't know how severe this was, how long it would last, and the actions to lock down, to close schools made sense. But at some point we learned, I think Rafa made this point, that the school closures weren't necessary to reduce the health impact. And I want to relate this to some facts I gathered. The first fact is, according to the OECD, it will cost $50 billion to vaccinate the world. However they define vaccinate, but let's take it as given. According to the IMF, G20 countries alone spent $10 trillion on support that was necessary because of the lockdown. The estimates of total lifetime student earnings losses, I'll take the conservative figure, $15 trillion over a lifetime. That is more than $25 trillion as a cost of the pandemic. Vaccinations would have made it easier to reopen schools, to be safe. At 50 billion, doing the benefit cost ratio, these are very, very high return activities. So one action, very inexpensive compared to what we spent to address the learning, to address the health crisis. And then finally on the learning outcome measurement, I think there is a worry that we haven't yet made the case that we need to elevate the measurement part. And perhaps it needs to be done in conjunction with the learning recovery plans. Otherwise, we'll be back to where we started. And no one, it seemed, wanted to be back to a scenario of business as usual. I do think digital is part of the solution. It will help in the recovery. I think some form of hybrid will be welcomed by at some level, and we need to do the right kinds of tools. But there is no substitute for the in-person teaching, and we've seen that in terms of the losses. We've seen that in terms of demand for education, and some of the points that Amanda made earlier. There's other things that schools do that we haven't measured. There's the socialization, the other subjects, and even in systems that, or even for populations that aren't in physical classes all the time, homeschooled students, virtual students. Even in those cases, there are activities that are done in person. Homeschool students, for example, do physical sporting activities and other sorts of things. So it's not an either or for us. I think we will have, there is demand and there's evidence that physical teaching is beneficial, and there is some demand for some element of digital, but together with the system. But for me, it all starts with measurement. Thank you.
Gunda. I wanted to start with a point that actually those suggestions which the big organizations are doing are actually very helpful. For example, I remember OECD came out with a point that was just mentioned that schools should stay open. And this is one of the guidelines that the Estonian Minister of Education is very much following. And so because we had also vaccine resistance to some point, we were not the case of Portugal or Denmark exactly. So there were teachers who did not want to be vaccinated, but the schools had to stay open. So there was a lot of testing, and Nuna will like that, but that wasn't exactly testing of student knowledge, but it was testing of the rapid fast tests. And so there was a lot of money spent on making sure that the students and the teachers would be in a safe environment. And so the kids would come to school and they would be given these little, test kits, and they would sit like you in the classroom and reading the instruction, which was kind of also, a learning, we do need to read instructions sometimes, which you don't always do. So they had to follow instructions and they had to test themselves and see if they are positive or negative. And that way it was ensured that the school environment is actually safe. Vaccinated students and teachers as much as possible, plus double checked. And so in that sense, the school environment could stay open unless it got really worse, and it wasn't. I'll just comment also the Nuna Zix. It's a privilege to be in two panels, so just you can reflect back on the previous one. You asked what would happen even in case there was a new pandemic. I would tell you the story of Estonian, weather forecast. Every winter we have snow, and every time first snow is a surprise for us. So you know how to act, you know what will come next, but you're surprised every time. So in that sense, also, whatever comes next, it is good to have the snow plows, and it's good to have winter boots and all that measurement, but how you exactly do it, or, the equipment, but how you do it is not well known. How to do and what to do. Unfortunately, we like it or not, but digital is the future. And learning, embracing the digital, options. I actually like the Rafael's approach about the personalized education, because it doesn't mean that the teacher is doing exactly one-to-one, but if you remember such an old game as an Angry Birds, so the moment you're in the right level, it makes you go further and you want to go to the next level. And so it stimulates you. There are probably newer games that I could reference to, but this is something that the artificial intelligence or something, they can tell you where you are and they can adjust to your level. And of course, nothing will replace the teachers and all the students coming out of homeschooling. They say how much they miss their math teacher and even her body movements and all that. That's what I heard from a math teacher last week. But what can we do at the system level if we do have digital platforms, environments? We know what we want to test. With the pandemic, we came out with something called starting tests, which sort of tests you at the beginning of a school year, what you know and what you don't know. And we have made those at state level according to the national curriculum in the base subjects, and they are still fresh because we just came out with those. But test for the starting point, and they give it immediate feedback to the teacher, knowing that this class knows approximately that, and they don't know that. They don't even give feedback in numbers and in percentages, but it gives feedbacks in the colors. So immediately the teachers can see, this is in red, so that subject or that topic was completely not mastered by the students, and we should go back and we should start on discussing that and move on from there. Right, and also one thing which we have done for many years already is this well-being survey for students and for parents and for the people involved in school. So as it was mentioned in case of Denmark, this is very important local measurement to understand what is happening with COVID's well-being and COVID's well-being and how we came out of COVID. And actually, it said that 1/3 of the kids were totally fine with that. They didn't think they've lost much because they were the masters of their time. And so in that sense, we need the measurement for the knowledge to understand what is the real situation. And those are some of the tools that we are using. Okay. Thank you.
Daniel, would you like to say a few words about the opportunity provided here?
I have two comments. One is rather partial and the other tries to be rather general. So the partial one is that the COVID experience, something like broke the conservative mind or routine type of approach, especially in schools, and attitudes, especially parents and everybody. And it's in fact valuable because we know how difficult it is to change mind, change routines. So it was brutal force. So in fact, the doors are open. Thanks to that. And now there are the challenges, simply doors are open, we can act and improve. And I don't believe that computers and digital stuff will replace teachers. Teachers, especially at the lower levels, will still be the key. Without them, at least for next several decades, it will not work well. But definitely the open door to other techniques, to use digital to help children we were not able to help before, and so on. So this was the partial one. And the more general one is that looking into the future, I think the tasks are to bridge the gaps. And there are a number of them which were spelled in our debate. So let me list them. Great deal of the loss or damage was and is invisible to broader public and policymakers. At least what I have observed. So the goal, the task is to start with the data. And in many countries, there are a huge amount of data. But there is a gap between data and good quality research and in informing policymakers and general public about what the data analysis says. The same was mentioned by Professor Jurajda at the beginning, that the debates were to a great extent very narrow by individual fields of science. There are big gaps, still big gaps between individual fields of science, especially natural sciences, medical sciences, and social sciences. And this is a big challenge because without close collaboration, we will not find solution. And I already mentioned good research using data or having better data, plus the transfer of the research, of the knowledge, that's what you do, into the general knowledge, that more and more policymakers and people, the public, understand that the hidden costs are huge.
Now, Harry, you had said something about the fact that we have robust data, going back to assessments here, robust data coming only from out of 20 countries. Can you expound on that and maybe also give some concrete examples of some systems that have been able to do assessments well and some learning outcomes there?
Sure, and I think some of those those countries are represented here. I think the countries that had enshrined assessment into their systems and use it for accountability and for improving the system and continue to do that. That became quite routine for them. So the pandemic didn't stop them. And I think the first country to publish this was Belgium, and then followed by Netherlands, and they were reporting on assessments that are done every year with hundreds of thousands of students. But we also saw, and I think there are examples again in this room in Czech Republic and Poland, where academics and research organizations use their own resources to do surveys that they could follow up and link. Those have been quite useful as well. More innovative approaches were done by some research organizations. In Kenya, there was an education company that measured outcomes for its own students. We saw also countries relate the learning standards to tests of students. They didn't have before data, but they had information on student outcomes post the school closures. Also, there were attempts to look at administrative data, I guess I would call it, in several U.S. Counties, jurisdictions. They use the the regular assessments where they assess students as failing, passing, or reaching certain levels as initial indicators of whether there was a signal towards poor or better outcomes, and that was useful as well. Pass rates were used in some cases, and that's data that's already collected. What I was lamenting earlier is that many countries either didn't report or make public what they were measuring or stop measuring. I understand the case of canceling exams because it wasn't fair for students to be judged given the disruption, but the information on non-high stakes testing, I couldn't see the rationale for postponing that because it's information that would have been useful for the policymakers and especially for teachers going forward. I hope there will be more innovative ways of doing the assessments in the future, perhaps using technology. I like the ideas that Gunda mentioned in Estonia. I hope more systems are using these approaches going forward, and because it's useful in any case. It's useful especially post COVID, and there will be other crises. Somebody mentioned snow days. I grew up in Canada. We had snow every winter. We rarely had a snow day, but I know in other countries it's a big deal if you get a forecast for snow, and schools are closed for weather everywhere in the world. So there's a lot of lost days, and perhaps that would be a reason alone to have some kind of hybrid system in place to have learning continuity. Thank you.
Now, Gunda, you are tasked with talking about recovery strategies as evidence-based, and they must be adequately financed. So now I'm wondering if you have any recommendations on how to get that adequate financing, or anything from what you've seen from doing international assessments about how financing can be scaled up.
Right, it's a very good question. However, financing is very often a political issue. In most cases, it's a political issue. And in many cases, things that happen in the world are unpredicted. So if I take the case of Estonia, we did have the finances in place last year, for example, for COVID recovery strategies, and I think some of those I already mentioned. But this year we have the war in Ukraine, and we have very many Ukrainian refugees, and Estonia is accepting them and putting them in education. And so this had to be very quickly administered, organized, and financed. So most of the finances, or a lot of finances, go now for that particular reason. And we don't know how long that will last. And so if we discuss the current situation, then it is very difficult to predict. And so, yes, the priorities come up as they come up, as the life brings them up. And we cannot just ignore what is happening. So in that sense, I think some of these things which I mentioned, they are in the government strategies about these tests, about recovery, about, going on. But yes, currently the funds go that way. And that's how it is. So we don't know what's going to be next.
Do either of the panelists have anything to add there, since financing is so important? Yes.
Not on financing, but on what Harry said on the need of data and so on. It's based primarily on my country experience, that each country has specific context. So that when I was talking about the US or other numbers, most people didn't believe me. Said, okay, we are different. This different works differently than there and there. And I was answering for a year and a half that we don't have any evidence here, so I don't have any other data than the US and Belgian data. So what I want to say that it's important that in each country there has to be research so that it says even in this context it works or it doesn't work. I don't know. And the data, of course, may be a setback or limiting research, but human resources in expertise. I guess that in this country, there are about 5 people who could do serious, high-quality empirical data-based research on value-added or change in value-added due to COVID or something like this. 5 people, right? Because you cannot find a school which would teach this kind of skills, or very few places, more or less individuals who studied abroad. So I don't claim that it's the case of UK. I'm almost sure it will be different. Maybe Belgium or Netherlands. I'm not sure, but definitely our Central European region, I mean Poland, let's say, can probably tell you the same. That it's a shortage of human resources to do the research. I'm not talking about the lack of demand from the policymakers. So again, bridging the gap is getting human capital.
May I indulge myself with a question? My areas of expertise are in the US and also China when it comes to education. Because I'm American, then I lived in China and experienced that system firsthand with my children. Now, when you're talking about human resources, I think a lot about teachers and the respect for teachers. And of course, in China and some of these other countries, it's very high. In the US, it's incredibly low. And what Harry Patrinos had said earlier really stuck with me, that teachers are under-resourced now. And now they have students in their classroom that are experiencing a wider disparity of learning outcomes. So they're under increasing strain, and we're not giving them the tools that they have to do their job. So this is really going to stick with me, and I wonder if anyone has any specific recommendations from what they've seen out in the field or in the research about how to make sure that teachers are supported going forward.
Well, thanks for bringing up the U.S. I think what we've seen in the U.S. in the last couple of years, the rise of voice of parents, the frustration with the school closures for so long, the frustration with the lack of learning. We're seeing in other countries similar things, perhaps not as much of the voice of parents, but it's certainly there. But they are obviously making the case that they want face-to-face teaching. They want a teacher present. I think this would be the time to capitalize on this and make the case for teachers. I think if there's anything we've learned, the pandemic, is that schooling matters. The longer people are in school, the more they learn, and hopefully will do better in life. So I think this unfortunate event does come like an experiment and shows us that schooling matters. And given the most important resource in schools is teachers, therefore teachers matter. So this would be the time to raise the respect, raise the voice for teachers, to hopefully raise respect for the profession. And you're right, in some countries, getting into teachers' colleges is a highly sought after position. It's difficult to get into, difficult to get into teaching. Estonia is another example where teachers are highly valued. If you look at some of the top performing countries in the world, it's countries where the teaching profession is very selective, and we do need to have this in more countries. So parents and the voice of teachers is definitely important. This would be the time to make the case, and then it, by definition, makes the case for finance and adequate resourcing.
Structurally, what we're seeing in the U.S. is a flow of resources from also public into private as well when it comes to, parents and then teachers leaving the public school system. And so we're concerned about that there as well.
I could change a little bit the course of discussion in that sense, that there is a lot to learn also from what we consider is right in the teaching. And this is also a topic that we have discussed. It's, for example, we have a child-centered approach, and we want our children in ideal world to be self-centered, self-managed learners. And this is what this is a mantra for all the education systems, not all, but for most education systems. And I totally agree with it. Our children should be like that. But at the same time, what the pandemic showed us, and I'm basing this saying on this well-being survey that Estonia administered, that teachers give a lot of individual work in subjects like mathematics and science. And according to what we can detect, subjects like mathematics and science have suffered the most. So in other words, teenagers who are supposed to do self-managed, learning of mathematics, it does not work. Because they want a teacher to instruct it and tell and guide them through the process and see how things how things work. So, in other words, I think from this pandemic we should also reconsider if what works and what doesn't, and for whom, who needs a child-centered approach and who needs a teacher, instructed approach, and so maybe there is no such a maybe some of these things are just fashionable that we are following, but this would be a case where we could figure out, is this science, is maybe somebody could check it and test it, which approach makes us learn effectively.
Does anyone have anything else to add?
I'm not sure whether it's important, so let me check. I'm thinking about initial and further education of teachers. While the initial education, it takes time, right? You have to educate new cohort, but you have to start simply to have in 10, 20 years, newly skilled. And the further education, it may be fast, but it's very difficult and costly because to change the routine of mid-age teachers, simply to change mine and so on, might really be expensive and take a lot of time. So that's just my observation on teachers' resources. And
when it comes to opportunity, it occurs to me, there's all these online learning opportunities that have cropped up, and some of them are very expensive, especially the one-on-one and the group tutoring, but some of them are very inexpensive, such as, the pre-recorded videos and that sort of thing. So when it comes to opportunity, I do think that hopefully there are a lot of very smart people working on expanding those sort of digital learning opportunities and somehow making them available on a mass scale and getting people to sort of attend to sort of bridge that inequity gap. I don't know if anyone's doing work on that. In Germany, Germany suffers, where I live now, has incredibly low digitization rates. So in many senses, the central government is working from that sort of platform to build upwards. But elsewhere, perhaps there is some hope. Should we open up to questions just to get the discussion moving a bit forward? Along the idea of a call to action.
Anyone have questions?
Ed.
I just want to give a short comment on this thing, which is slightly off the discussion about child-centered and teacher-centered. This is a dichotomy that was created about 1928, if my memory serves me right. And the idea is this: child-centered is, we don't look at what children should know, but we look at the development self. And teacher-centered would be, the teacher knows what child should know, and so the teacher should help. Now, of course, this is like history of education concepts. Nowadays, this is very much different, and everybody likes a child-centered approach, of course, because it sounds, teacher-centered approach sounds horrible because we deal with the children. So this is dangerous to get into these discussions because we have this history and now we have what happens, what we are discussing now. But to give my very short answer to teach the children should develop the initiative of the children at a later stage. In the cognitive psychology, this is called the dichotomy between the novice and the expert. So because what happens is that the mentality of the novice is completely different from the mentality of the expert. And so as children do this transition, we should move to more liberty. So this is my short answer to that very serious dilemma. But this is often not, of course, as usual, from me.
Any comment, any response? Okay, next question.
Thank you. It's just a comment about financing. I think this pandemic also showed us how, in some countries at least, that education is not valued that much at the country level, right? I mean, personally, we of course value, we have private returns which carry researchers for many, many years. And I think you don't have to convince some parents that this is important, right? But at the country level, like we discussed, I mean, we have arguments. I mean, we have Ministry of Health, showing cases day by day, and we have Ministry of Education not showing anything in most countries. And I think we somehow have to work. You said, Daniel, it's about research, but we actually have a lot of research showing, labor market impact, economic growth, how it depends on education. I think it's just, first of all, it's long term. So if I would say we have to call for action is to really disseminate this knowledge, to say this is really serious and that it's really affecting our societies for 20, 30 years. And we are experts here. We all know that. But it's the same, my experience, Polish reforms, which have a lot of evidence and still it was possible to reverse them. Because this is not really widely disseminated. This is not something people know. That if you go to the average, not person on the street, but a politician, they really think, okay, schools, they have to finish school, and then, some are intelligent, some are not. If you ask them, the majority of them thinks this way. They do not really realize how important is schooling, how important is teaching, that it really translates into, I don't know, you can say GDP, you can measure that, but many, many other things in life. And this crisis showed us that this is not really valued. And I think we should call each other for action because there is something wrong with us, because we are in this business for so many years. Why people are not aware of it? Why they do not believe us? I don't know, but...
Reaction first?
Go ahead, Harry. Let's have Harry. Harry has a thought.
Because it will be something. All right, I can go after you. Go ahead. You just heard. I agree with you. I think we are doing something wrong. But if you look at it from a historical perspective, what we've been saying, at least the last 10 years, is that schooling is not the same as learning. This came relatively recent in the history of education systems. So we have around 200 years of pretty much the same thing, and only 20 years since the first, or 20-something years since the first PISA test. So I think people have a very clear idea of we have to send the kids to school, and actually it's mandatory by law, but they have a blurred picture, especially those that are in the middle, lower part of the income distribution. They have a blurred picture in terms of the importance of learning, how do I monitor learning, and the importance of having a passing math grade. Now, there's another more cynical point of view of this. So think about the following. We have 20% of the students in the European Union member states that are below the minimum, so they are functionally illiterate. If you look at this rate 20 years ago, it's pretty much the same. Has not really fallen dramatically. So if you are from the lowest quintile of the income distribution and you really don't have much social mobility, who cares if you don't pass a math test. Because it's true on average, there's a positive return, but is this really helping all of them? Is this really a vehicle that is actually helping even those that are, let's say, Roma population, some minorities that they don't see these as a vehicle for social mobility?
Harry, you had a comment?
Yeah, thanks. So going back to the point about the benefits, I do think we need to do a better job on this, and we can disseminate the returns to education. But you're right, Maciek. People say, well, that's in the future. I have an electoral cycle that's much shorter, so I'll go somewhere else. But there are also short-term benefits, immediate benefits, as with schooling that we don't make as much of a deal for. Just a couple of examples, and we saw this in the pandemic. Childcare. This takes women and men out of the labor market, and for women, we have evidence from the financial crisis showing that the disruptions to women's work it has a permanent effect. So it will raise inequality. We have immediate effects of building a school or college or university on the local economy. Those are immediate benefits. Just breaking ground creates jobs. There are multipliers in education. They are huge. The problem with the multipliers, the only thing that's accounted for in the calculations are the direct education. So the canteen supplier is considered a multiplier, not the road that was built to build the school, not the transportation, the buses. Those are captured by the transportation sector. So even though there are positive multipliers from the school, most of the ones that I would say wouldn't have existed without the school are captured by other sectors. So we need to make the case that there are local and immediate benefits of just having a school. All those disappear when you close the school or if you don't have a school. So I think we do need to make a better case for the benefits and to show also the short-term ones that we are not doing.
Thank you.
Can I just comment on that?
Yes. Yes.
Short-term benefits and Roma students. I was in Kosovo and a few years ago, and basically they have a lot of Roma students, and they don't need math scores. They need a shower. So in that sense, there are some immediate needs which they need. They need to be fed, and they need to be so. And if they get that, and if they get some food, they can start thinking about it. So maybe everything shouldn't be measured according to numbers in math scores and so on. There are these needs which, and especially it goes also for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds. If the school systems would give free school lunch to everybody, this is what we do. Students who come to work, who come to school in the morning and are hungry, and they know they will have a warm meal in 2 hours, they will stay in school. And if they're in school, something will click and stay. So in that sense, that is already helping. It's making a first step, or somebody who cannot be exactly measured in their test scores won't be great in any case. But that might be a positive way towards integration, towards some different lifestyle and moving upwards.
Thank you.
I want to come in on this, how we get people to value education sufficiently. And I think there are two dimensions. And one is it's a long-term, not a short-term game with relatively few, so very clear milestones where you are a better equipped person from your own point of view or from your parents' point of view for having mastered a particular step. And the year that your child learns to read and can tackle new text independently, that is one of the very few milestones within a school career that people can genuinely feel and relate to, I think. So as against the other priorities in any government's budget, in terms of most obviously at the moment, health, people can see my mother's hip replacement, had her walk again, she would have been crippled without it. Or if I hadn't had my appendix removed, I would have died. Or whatever it may happen to be, there are any number of sort of immediate emotional hooks that I think attract people to always to putting more money into healthcare. It's more obvious why that matters than putting resource into education. I also think, and I speak as somebody who's a sort of mathematician by education, and so very much comes from an analytical starting point, that it is staggering how few people want to think analytically about the value of education, and how much most people are moved by emotion rather than reason. So with huge credit to all the work that the World Bank does, which is a sort of triumph of reason, the emotional case is very important as well. And I think making people sort of fully value the school system and teachers and recognize all the things that perhaps we haven't quite sufficiently valued about it sort of pre-COVID that we've come to see the importance of, is actually a really good way of celebrating that, reinforcing that is one good way. And I just want to make one related point, I think, touching on the earliest talks today, which is that while this kind of forensic analysis is absolutely right, and I'm afraid there are good reasons to think there will be quite significant career and economic scarring, nevertheless, from the point of view of the individual children and those who teach them and their parents, it is incredibly important that we don't give a sense of a doomed generation who might as well give up now. We do have to project systemic optimism that there's a great deal that we can do that we hope for most people can minimize the effects. And so I would make a plea not for silly optimism, but for us all to keep on emphasizing the positives that are there as well as the negatives, even when the negatives may be more headline grabbing.
Excellent point. We have 5 minutes left, so thank you. Quick question over there.
You have a question, Tigran? Okay. So I think it's time to wrap up.
Okay. Any further questions? Quick ones? No? Okay. So let's, should we go one by one and sort of offer any final comments? Actually, let me just say one thing. As I've been sitting here all afternoon, and I've just been very heartened by the number of smart and serious people who are working on this problem. And I hope that you all go out there and sort of spread the gospel, and I will help you, sort of make some of these actionable links, starting with small things that are easy to do to the larger conceptual ones. And the other thing that occurred to me, it's, medical research. Within the human body, all human bodies across the world generally react the same, right, to one specific input. But with education, that's not the case. So that's sort of the challenge that is facing us, is personalizing all of these recommendations to various countries and across a number of different school systems. But I feel very energized and wanted to see if anyone else had anything to close with. We'll end with Harry. So yes, no pressure.
You close the topic or the event as a whole?
Anything you would like to say? Any thoughts?
Something smart, right?
Yeah. Did you learn anything today? If that's even possible,
it's stressed how diverse the topic is, so how complicated that you cannot change it like this. That first you have to be patient, simply wait, it takes time, simply we cannot solve it quickly. We have to learn many things, many people have to learn. And if you want to say, I'm not claiming that it's a smart idea, but as Matej mentioned, that he was a little bit critical about politicians. That's very popular. I'm thinking in a way that politicians, in democratic systems, are simply being elected, right? So they try to do what the electorate wants, more or less. And my feeling is that most people really plan their future and invest in long term, meaning they are willing to incur current costs and are willing to wait for long. Sometimes they invest into their children. While if they want something from government, they want things quite quickly, immediately, almost, the next year. So, and it goes back to what was happening during COVID in many countries, right? We closed schools and these things simply because we wanted to have these benefits immediately, not benefits of school, but benefits of other things. So I don't have an answer to this. I just want to open this, not criticize politicians, think about the system, how the preferences change if we think politically or privately. That's my...
Gunda Tire?
I cannot change anything politically. I can only say that to run a marathon, you can just take one step at a time. So in other words, we have to figure out where we go. The good thing or the bad thing is that both the digital world is here to stay. It will be more and more part of our life. And I think we had a discussion earlier that we don't know how much is healthy for us and how much is not. I will refer to PISA data. So if you use computers or digital devices more than 6 hours per day, you are an addict. So think of yourself how much you use, and in case you use that much, your well-being will be going down. So in other words, with all of this COVID situation, we can expect that the well-being will be down on a regular basis as well. So if last time it was 70%, so it will be even less now. But on the positive note, we very much value our relationship with the teachers. We want them to be there. We want them to do exactly what we need to do. And all the data and all the situation shows that we will measure we will value our teachers even more. Estonian government has promised to increase teacher salaries next year, so make sure you deliver that message to your countries as well. It was a very nice and wonderful event, so thank you very much for inviting and having me.
Thank you. And finally, Harry Patrinos.
Thanks. Let me end by going back to the original messages and the call to action, but let me try to end on a positive, optimistic tone. So on the measurement, I continue to maintain this is the first step towards a recovery, and I would amend this to say that it's the first step also to supporting our teachers with something that they can use to improve their well-being, their ability to teach. On the evidence-based strategies that are adequately financed, let's make the positive case by appealing to the emotional. People have views, strong views about schools. Survey after survey of parents around the world shows that they love the school their children are in, even if their opinion of the overall education system is negative. So we do have things that we can pick up on to make the emotional as well as economic case for education. And finally, on the resilience and the rebuilding, the improvement, I think here there are many positive experiences through the pandemic. For some students, the online was beneficial. A small minority, but it was beneficial. But we also know that combining digital with the physical does also produce good learning outcomes, but it's a question of using good tools and integrating it into the curriculum. So building this system that's effective, equitable, resilient will require digital, will require more investment, will require a reevaluation of teachers and supporting them adequately with the financial as well as moral support that we all need to do. And then just last word, thank you for chairing this. Thanks to all of you for speaking. Thanks to all of you for attending online and the excellent questions. Really learned a lot and appreciate your time and effort.
Thank you, everyone, for this amazing event. I think we're done, right? Daniel.
As the hosting institution representative here, I would like to thank Paulina, who was very, it was a great pleasure to collaborate on organizing everything, and also to the most invisible hands and heads which have served all this, which are primarily
to say as well.
there. It's Jakob, our technician, Adela, Eva, Nina, who really made this event happen.